And who I'm talking about you manginas, you lame, weak, soft Captain Saver hoes who come to my channel and feel that it is your responsibility to defend females. And the sad thing about that you lames don't understand, is that the majority of the women and the things that I say, and I said, it's not only me, there's other channels who are saying the exact same things, because black men, a very small portion, but there is a remnant of black men who are beginning to wake up and open their eyes and see this black female for who and what she is. It's a very small remnant. But for you lame, weak, soft, manginas, Captain Saverhole niggas who want to come to my channel and defend that which can't be defended. Because if there's any segment of American culture who knows they may not like how it is said, they may take issue with the verbiage that's used, they may have a problem with me just putting it out there, but there is one segment, well actually two, but there's one particular segment of American culture who knows, you know what? I don't like that guy. He makes me sick. I hope he dies on those cigars. These are some of the responses that I've heard. Take those glasses off and yada, yada, yada. But you know what? They know he's right. And that segment that I'm talking about is black women. For black women know themselves that their kith and their kin and their fellow sisters ain't worth a fart in a windstorm. And how I can say this is because I've talked to you sisters. That's right. I've had conversations with you sisters. And you sisters have said the exact same thing that I've said and others have said about black women. Y'all just may not put it on YouTube. But I've had conversations with y'all, and I dare not say your name. And this is the reason why 70% of them ain't married. This is the reason why they will never be married. This is the reason why they will die single and alone, bitter, angry, argumentative. These aren't stereotypes of black women. These are facts. And as I said, I've had conversations with black women who have had to admit, you know what? I don't like how you say it. I don't like the fact that you just putting it out there. But you know what? You're right. So when they hear you manginas, you Captain Saverhole niggas, who want to come and talk about the African queen and she's the mother of civilization and how dare you talk. When they hear you niggas, what they say to themselves is that's a simp ass Negro. That's a Captain Saverhole. That's what you are. Because they already know they messed up. So when they hear you coming trying to defend their debauchery, trying to defend their slothfulness, trying to defend their ignorance, trying to defend their whoredom, when they come and hear you saying that crap, they look at you for what you are. A lame, weak mangina, over-emotionally, mentally unstable Negro, who, as I said, the only thing that could even put you into the male gender is the fact that some of y'all have a penis, I think. And I'm talking to you brothers. Listen. If that whole marriage piece is your thing, brother, don't you date, don't you marry one of these sisters. I'm telling you, and I'm not saying this to be offensive. I'm saying this because it's the fact that when you take everything and put it out on the table, you're going to have to come to terms with the reality that, you know what, that sister, she may be nice to look at. That's if she don't have a head full of weave and horsehair, you know, because I'm not going to sit here and deny that there aren't some very attractive black women out there, because they are. But at the end of the day, I know that the better they look, the more attractive they are, the bigger their ass, the bigger their hips, the bigger their breasts, the more trouble you're going to have. That's just the reality of it. Yeah, because if you were foolish enough to put a ring on this nappy-headed black woman's finger, I'm telling you, one night you're going to be laying in bed with her and she's going to be asleep. And you're going to be laying there and you're going to be listening to her snarling and snoring like the beast she is. And you're going to remember this video, and you're going to say, that brother tried to warn me, and I didn't heed his warning. You cannot wife these women, as y'all say. You better not marry her. And the reason why, I'm about to tell you. Now, what that sister has seen is she has seen her mother in numerous relationships, maybe all at one time. Not one of them with her biological father. She has seen her mother with live-in boyfriends. She has seen her mother cheat on her father. She has seen her mother have a revolving door of different men coming and going all hours of the night, every day, 365 days a year. This is what has been modeled. And again, I'm not saying all, but the overriding majority of black women, this is what they have seen. They haven't seen modeled in front of them black love. They don't even know what that is. They have no clue. So this is the reason why you can't believe this sister when she say, I'm in love with you. You don't even know what love is. Because you don't even love yourself, and you can't love yourself, because if you did, you would take care of yourself. You would work out. You would eat right. You would watch what you put on. You would conduct yourself like a woman. So we know you don't love yourself. We already understand this. And the reason why you don't is because you haven't had that modeled in front of you. What you seen is you seen your mother leave the men in her life if they left the toilet seat up. You seen your mother have no loyalty to the guys that she allowed in your home. You seen your mother meet a guy on Monday and she introduced him to you on Tuesday. This is what you've seen. You haven't seen the mother who will only introduce the guy that she's seeing only after they've been in a relationship. You're not going to meet my kids. You haven't seen that kind of a mother. A mother who will say, listen, I'm dating this guy, but you don't need to meet my kid. They don't even need to see you. Until I'm certain that this is a serious, committed relationship, then we'll go to the next level, and then I'll allow you to meet my children. You ain't seen that. You seen different guys. You seen so many guys coming in and out of your mother's life, you get the names mixed up. I know you have, and I know y'all not going to like this. And again, I'm not saying all, but the overriding majority. So what this black woman has is absolutely no loyalty whatsoever. You can't trust her. You can't be in a relationship with her and think that she is going to be faithful, because she's not. Because that has never, at any time, under any circumstances, has that been modeled in front of her. And this is the reason why she is what it is. I'm trying to tell you people, I've been studying y'all for 20 years. Y'all can't fool me. Now, I know y'all going to disagree with this. I know y'all not going to agree with it. And I know I'm going to hear again from the Captain Saberholes, the men who are going to come donning their cape and their robe, and they're going to come to the black woman's defense, pounding their chest. How dare you say the things you say about black women? How dare I not? How dare I not call it what it is? Because I'm trying to help you brothers. Those of you brothers who are dumb enough to think that you're going to take this hoe and turn her into a housewife, you're a fool. For those of you brothers who think that you can change this woman and you believe the hype that she tells you, you fall right in line with everything that she tells you, you believe that crap, you're a fool.
Please leave the house, Nikki. Please leave the house.
Look at you.
Please leave the house. Please leave the house. This is violence. You've got the kids in your hands. Leave the house right now.
This is exactly what he wanted.
Leave the house right now.
This is exactly what he wanted.
Leave the house. The reason Nikki and I broke up was I discovered she had been unfaithful. She'd been going behind my back with her ex-boyfriend, and I'd been warned about him being an issue before I started dating Nikki again. And the first year of our marriage, I discovered that she had been secretly keeping in contact with him. had come to the house and been violent, punched me multiple times, kicked me, just been horrible. And this was in front of kids, in front of my mum, and things like this had happened throughout our marriage as well. Nikki, she was like two different people, and that was what I always struggled with.
Hey guys, how are we? We're headed to this place called the Beverly Rooftop. I saw this place on Instagram, as I find a lot of the places that we go to these days, but we're just going to go out for dinner, get some content, hopefully, and yeah, just enjoy our night. It's got a really pretty view. I really wanted to go for sunset, but as you can see, golden hour is happening right now, and I've got the sun in my eyes, so I'm not sure if we're going to be able to catch sunset because our reservation's at 6 o'clock. Obviously daylight savings and everything, the sun sets a lot earlier, otherwise we'll get the city skyline at night, so I think it'll be pretty either way. I did have gel, but 2 weeks ago I took off the gel and I've just kind of been letting my nails do their own thing and actually grow, because I feel like I've had acrylic for ages. But you guys know that feeling when you go and get your nails done and you get acrylic all the time, or you get SNS all the time, that gross feeling, like where your nail just feels like it's going to bend backwards. Ugh, I hate that. It literally sends shivers down my spine. It's just like a gross ass feeling. But anyways, all that to say, I was trying to be my own nail tech today. Let me give you guys a look. Alright, so you guys see the shape of my nails? I actually really love the shape of them right now and the length. As you can see, I used nail polish today to just have like a bit of color, and I don't know, I guess I didn't wait for it to dry or whatever, and it's just like looking like a hot ass mess. It looks like it's going to be a really nice sunset tonight too, which is kind of annoying, but it's all good.
Your arm there, good, because there's a light behind your arm. Look back at that light.
The lighting is good here. I used to hate oysters. Ooh, thank you. I don't know if I liked it. Let's try this flavor.
I want to say overate. I'm not fat.
Yeah, I definitely didn't overeat. I could have had more of that mac and cheese for sure.
Nah, we cool with that.
Anyways, I'm not sure what we're about to do. What are we going to do? Well, The night is young. What should we do? We're two young kids out on the town. Kid free? What should we do? Tonight I'm filming today. We're gonna make Brazilian lemonade. Which one's bigger? Okay, clearly.
Yeah, no. You have to put those next to each other to determine which one was
Yo, shut up. This ain't none of your business, okay? Now, what we need is 2 cups of water. 2 cups of water. Half a cup of sugar. We'll add a bit more water. Why are you zooming in on them?
You messing up the vlog, bro.
Guys, my hands are ashy. It's alright. Let's not look there.
Get my ashy fingers.
Don't get my ashy fingers, okay? Then we're going to...
How much of that? What is that?
It says 6 teaspoons. 1, 2, 3,
That's
4,
way too much.
5, 6.
That ain't look tasty.
We're going to cut these into quarters. 6, actually. Ooh, Lord. Your guess. You think it's going to be good? I need you to say it out loud and confident. So that's it. Now we're going to blend this up.
Right, there you go. Much better.
Thank you. So we're just going to...
Yeah, that's looking good.
There we go. It's a bit of a sugar chunk there. Don't look there. Anyway. Here. Right here. Don't spill. Here. First.
Alright, give me a cheers, yeah? Go in the middle, give me a cheers.
Cheers, everyone.
She spit it out.
Then she was laughing. Because what she said.
I just made Brazilian lemonade. Oh, what's that?
This is like a Windows 11 lock screen.
How beautiful are those homes,
You
though?
laughing like Chuck.
It's a project.
Yeah. Like these, right? We just want to, like, we pull that out straight. This one.
This one's pretty as well. Isn't it?
In the rain. Ooh, I found a really big juicy one.
So these are some of the gifts that we've got under the tree already. All these are the girls. Yeah, there's literally all the girls. The adults ones are kind of in the corner over there, but these are the girls. Can we just have a minute, please, to look at this wrapping? So my man actually wrapped these. It's like I'm wrapping the girls' presents. I come back and, excuse me, what? Men are usually so rough with wrapping people, like they just don't know how to do it properly for some reason. It's like wired in them, but excuse me, like the lines, the crispness, like, I'm like, how do you wrap better than me? That's weird. He's wrapped all of these, and look how neat they are. I mean, I'm not that surprised. So he's a very, like, intentional person, and he does everything with intent, and he does everything, like, he's just a very, what's the word, precision, I don't know, OCD maybe, but I'm not complaining. These look like they were wrapped by me. Better job than me, actually. I feel like the first couple presents, I'm like, my technique is great, but then after a while I start to get a little bit sloppy. These are all like perfect. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad. I said, whoa. Well, excuse you. Excuse you. So we're gonna make a dessert, right? Today's video, we are making a remix of like a caramel slice. I was telling my partner how great a caramel slice was, and I don't know about you guys, right, but back in the day, if you're from Australia, caramel slice is like an Australian staple. You go to any cafe, they're serving a caramel slice. Way back in the day, caramel slice was like me and my sister's thing. Like we loved caramel slices. But for some reason, right, I don't know if all the cafes in Melbourne all sat together and had this like, they've come to a unanimous decision to change the recipe of a caramel slice, because this is not the same caramel slice that we grew up on. What do you think of that?
Like, you want to rate it out of 10?
Yeah, like, do you think it's a good dessert? Do you think it tastes weird? What's your vibe?
It's pretty plain.
See? That's what I'm saying.
Like a plain Jane.
Like, all the taste of a caramel slice has literally gone out.
But you can look at it and tell it ain't got no flavor. Look how blonde that thing is.
This is not it, guys. So, we're not making an actual caramel slice, but this is a... this is a remix version that I saw on Instagram, which still looks really tasty. They're using Biscoff biscuits. So in this bowl, I've got cream cheese. This is Philadelphia cream cheese. I just used half a block. Also have to use this Biscoff spread. Well, obviously you don't have to, but it definitely adds to the flavor.
Looking good though.
Cheers. Cheers, big ears. Anyway. Why are you smiling? I need to crush up these biscuits because obviously I'm going to use them for the base.
You gotta come out the obvious. No. That's gonna break the bag, babe. Use the side of it.
Oh. You're so smart. See, this is why I need you around. Alright. Cream cheese with a little bit of melted coconut oil. I'm going to add my biscuits in here now. But do you see how the cream cheese just kind of clumps together? I think this is my issue. Like,
I think you need to use an actual wooden spoon, something that is not so pliable. It's looking phenomenal.
so I'm going to go ahead and stick this in the fridge to harden for a little while, and then we'll be back. I just mixed it with the regular milk chocolate, and we're just going to pour this over the top. Nice even coat. Okay, then I'm just going to place a couple of biscuits. And then just crumple some over the top. So I made some spares over here. My partner's not really into the caramel stuff, so he likes his dark chocolate, so I've made a few for him. Instead of the Biscoff on top, I'm going to add some of these nuts because I feel like he'd prefer that. These are his, and yeah, we're going to put these in the freezer and we'll test them out later, see how they taste. Couple chapters. So guys, if you could not tell, I'm having a baby. Oh my god. It feels nice to finally say that. I have been in my little love nest making a human being for the past few months. I feel like I was going to share this sooner, but I was just in such peace and harmony. I just wanted to stay in that little bubble a little bit longer before I shared. I did want to come back on here, and so I thought it's finally time to share that I'm having a baby. Oh my god, you guys, are we so excited? I'm just in a really great place, and I feel just so lucky and so grateful for where I'm at right now. These last few months have just felt so blissful. The girls are just over the moon excited. My partner's excited. I'm excited. It's gonna be so fun to see him be daddy and just take on this role that I know he's absolutely gonna smash. It's just so hands-on and so intentional with the girls already. So I could only imagine how he's going to be in like the newborn phase. The little baby. I can't deal. It's going to be so fun. If you've been following me for a while, you know that I've always wanted like a soccer team of kids. Obviously not a soccer team, but I've always wanted a big family. So I come from a big family and I always wanted that for my kids as well. I felt like there was just always something to do. There was always someone to like, you know, connect with, bond with. Like everyone had their little cliques. Like it was so fun. And I honestly thought that dream was just out the window for me. I had accepted the fact that I was just going to be a mum of two, and that was absolutely fine. I was like, okay. I had just like come to terms with it and I was okay. Then I met my partner and you know, a couple years later, here we are. I don't know how to describe it, but I just feel very at peace right now. And a lot of you guys mentioned it in the last vlog. By the way, you guys came for me in the last vlog so hard. You guys were like, see you in 8 months, see you in a year. And I was reading those comments like, see you in 2 weeks. Genuinely, you guys, I feel like I found the perfect balance between vlogging and not oversharing. I think that I used to think that I didn't like vlogging, but I've discovered recently that it's not the fact that I didn't like vlogging, I just didn't like oversharing. I'm just at that age where I'm enjoying my privacy. I want to keep the things that are sacred just like close to me and I don't want to share them too much. So, you know, like my relationship or my kids, I just don't want to share too much, but I'll give you guys like snippets here and there, and I feel like that has been a great way for me to vlog. So I've done a couple of vlogs recently and yeah, it's just been nice. I just didn't know how to not overshare because I've been oversharing on this platform for years and years and years. So obviously like he'll make an appearance here and there, but this is not going to be like a family channel. It's not going to be like a couple's channel, anything like that. It's definitely just going to be about me. Just to keep it simple, I want to protect the things that I love. So the last video that I put up, I think I had about 3 people guess that I was pregnant. Out of like almost 800 comments, there was only 3 people that said that I looked like I was pregnant. Or someone said I had a baby glow and I was like, they're onto me. You know what's funny though? I've run into a couple of you guys out and about, and the look on your faces, you guys were like, wait, what? Is that Nikki? Is that a belly? I'm just like, hi. But you guys have been really respectful and like haven't come onto my socials and said anything, which is awesome because I've run into quite a few of you guys. I was like, for sure someone would have like said something by now, but I'm very grateful that you didn't. I just feel like I'm back to myself, and I feel like I've said that so many times in the past, but it genuinely feels real this time. And it's not just about the baby, it's more so like just being sure of myself, being in a healthy place, both physically and mentally, just having that sense of peace that I've never felt before. So yeah, it just feels really nice, and I'm just really blessed to have you guys support me this whole time. There have been things that have happened in my life that I haven't shared with you guys that have been really difficult and hard to deal with. So yeah, I'm just feeling really grateful to be here. I'm really grateful for this little one, and I'm just feeling very excited for our family. You guys, I can't wait to be in the little newborn bubble. You know what I mean? Just like smelling their milky breath and cuddles 24/7. Like, oh my God, I can't wait. So yeah, if you want to follow along on this new chapter of mine, please don't forget to subscribe and like this video, and I will catch you all in my next one. Stay safe, guys. Love you. Bye. It's not often that I get my hair and my makeup alright, okay? It's usually one or the other. Most of the time, not the hair, okay? If you follow me on Instagram, you would have seen that I posted about my pregnancy. Wait, let me show you a little bump shot first, okay? This is the baby. Look how big we're getting. Oh my goodness. What a cutie patootie. it's just such a dream come true, and I'm so lucky, and I just love them very much. Oh, and it's not twins. I say them because I don't know the gender yet. Anytime I say them to my family or friends, they're like, twins? I'm like, no. I was convinced I was having twins, though, when I first found out I was pregnant. My belly started showing really, really early, so I was convinced that I was having twins, and my partner was convinced that we were having twins, and he's very into, manifestation. He's not normally wrong, okay? That's the thing. He says a lot of things and they come true. So I was convinced that I was having twins. So when I went for my first ultrasound, and they were like, it was just one baby, I was like, are you sure? And then when I went for my second, that's when they did like the anatomy scan, and I was like, oh, okay, there's only one, but it's so cute, you guys. They took like a little 3D shot, its little lips and its nose. It was like, ooh, I can't wait for newborn cuddles. The next few months are just gonna be so freaking amazing. I can't wait to talk more about it, but in today's vlog, I'm actually trying to organize my weekend. My man's actually up north. He got a job offer up there, and I'm going up tomorrow actually to go see him. I miss him a lot. So I need to pack. I haven't been on a plane in about 2 years, which is kind of crazy. I have not traveled in so freaking long. I need to pack some books. Some books? I need to pack some looks for this trip. So let's go and find my suitcase. Oh, Lord, getting up is such a struggle. I can't deal.
Oh, we don't want this cover. This must have like this in the car.
But I was sorry.
Like this in the car.
I told you, I said I'd gotten bigger. And you were like, no. I was like, are you sure?
Jeez. Alright, no munchkin.
Good morning. So my partner left really early this morning. He went to work. So I'm trying to order something off the TV because the breakfast menu's on the TV apparently, or the room service menu. But this music, is it me or do you just love music like this? It literally just makes me want to dance. Let me get some food in me. I think I'm a little delusional from not eating. It's only like 8 o'clock, but it feels like 11. So I got all dressed up and I decided to take myself to lunch. I found this really cute place near my hotel called the Sunshine. It's more of a cafeteria style restaurant. You basically choose what you want. They plate it for you. Look how juicy this watermelon looks, you guys. This was the juiciest watermelon I've ever had. That ish was so bomb. So I'm outside now. I found a cute little spot to sit. I'm just explaining what it is I got, as if you guys could hear me. It's kind of funny looking back at it. Can I just say how proud I am of myself? I never used to enjoy solo lunches or solo dinners, but I have really started to embrace, and not only embrace, but appreciate my own company. It's just so beautiful. I love spending time by myself. I love taking myself out to lunch. I love taking myself out to dinner. And yeah, I don't know, it's this new thing that I've started, and it's been so great.
We're just filming, doing a TikTok per usual.
Acting like this is our everyday
We're
activity.
not vlogging.
7 seconds.
Sorry, we gotta turn you sideways, though.
Good morning, you guys. It is another beautiful day in Brisbane. So we just woke up and we're going to head down to the pool level to go and have breakfast and just lay by the pool. It's Sunday, so we're just going to have a bit of a lazy Sunday and just kind of hang out. This is going to be our first full day together, babe.
Amazing.
Don't sound too excited. I changed my hair. I just felt like the blonde was, it was cute. It was a cute moment, but I love the black. I feel like it's just classic. I decided to keep the makeup pretty simple today. I didn't want to do anything too crazy, so I've just gone with sort of a light base. Lots of blush, no lashes, and some lip gloss. And yeah, I put so much setting spray on this morning though that I felt like I ruined my makeup. I don't know why I put so much on. I just wanted to look dewy, and I put so much on. It dried up. It's okay. We saved the look. You prefer me with no lashes, don't you? You hate a lash.
You know me.
He hates a lash. I like that it's got these little wires in it so you can shape it however you want. Do you like my hat, babe?
Mine?
It looks good on you.
Yeah. No, it looks good on you. I guess we'll share it on it.
We will share it. You look like a full cowboy.
Oh, damn, why ain't wearing that?
Fine ass
I ain't got
cowboy.
time to be doing no fucking social media shoots.
I know. You're not a social media guy, and I'm here for that.
Requirement was to be a social media guy.
Absolutely not.
A man should never be competing with a woman.
You'll be surprised. I'm just gonna throw on these chunky, oversized sandals. This place is very pretty. We just ordered the breakfast banquet. I can't wait for the smoothie. It's gonna be so good, I can tell. I haven't had a bad meal yet, so it's so dark now. Alright, breakfast is here. This is my wrap. It looks a bit much, so I think we can share. And this is your eggs on eggs on eggs. How's your smoothie? You got a different one.
Yeah, it's good. It's not heavy, but it still has like banana in it, you know?
There's always really into climbing trees right now, babe. How much does she love this tree? I saw these kids climbing it earlier, and I was like, I don't have the time for that. So we just got some good old fish and chips. Well, you guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I had the best time on our little vacation. We just had great food. We had great chat. We always have so much fun together, and this was no different. But yeah, I'm glad that we could squeeze in this trip. I thought it was really important for us to have some quality time together before the baby gets here. This was a super easygoing, laid-back vlog. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you want to see more, subscribe and like this video, and I will catch you guys in my next one. Bye-bye.
Should I save her? I wanna be saved. Should I save her? I wanna be saved. Should I save her? I wanna be saved. Should I save her? I wanna be saved.
It's 1993, and niggas need to miss me, be saving these hoes. You know how these tricks be buying them clothes. Wanna taxi hoes on Vogues with the beat, and have them sitting next to them in the front seat. But not BC, I'm a hog about the V. And my motto is fuck a hoe and hit the throttle to the smoke. Talking on my okie doke. Worldwide, I got a Clyde's up in Tokyo.
Look up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane. What's that nigga's name? Captain Saber. More faster than a speeding bullet to put on this cape is caught. I pulled it, fake, the funk, not me, that's not the way to do it. Captain motherfucking Saber, how came to me. Flashing just like a little old batch, all up in front of my company. Had to check his ass with an ear checked up and pumpkin. Talking to him while I'm beating his ass, pumping beer. Talking about nigga, you gon' retrospect something here. Should I save her? Mr. Super Trick, Mr. Super Snitch. Yeah, you wanna kill me cause I fucked your bitch. You shoulda had your cape on tight that night, cause a nigga like the shot show plus a calling me, loving me. On the other for the porno star that I be. And don't you come in my face with that trick shit. You better try some more shit. I got to get the crush. Any batch that I want, but I don't. Cause batches nowadays will get you caught up out now. I'm not trying to say housing. How come when I was broke you wasn't brown now?
What's going on, guys? So, I spent the last several hours trying to decide how I wanted to do this video, how I was going to set it up. Because, as you might imagine, there's going to be a lot in this. And after giving it some thought, kind of running different scenarios in my head as to how I wanted to, edit the video and coordinate the scenes and the commentary. What I have decided to do is I've decided to split this into 2 parts, all in one video. And the first part is going to address this issue that I have just been made aware of within the last 48 hours regarding this former, I guess you could say, ex-BedWinch / swirler, Nikki THOT. Pun intended, but we're going to get to that in a moment. Who is famous and I guess now infamous for being one part of the 2-part duo, the Nikki and Jaimie show. I wasn't aware of this because I don't hang in those type of circles. I don't find myself, as David Carroll and Crystal and Kerrison said, hovering in the clouds or whatever the fuck in these black female spaces. That's one of the things that kind of pissed me off about the 2017 purging, where black females, led by that Simone 50 Tricks ugly bitch, came after my channel. Because I'm not one of those. It pissed me off, not just because my channel was deleted, my original Brian Too Bad TV Salon Show channel, but because I don't go over there to their channels messing with them. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they think. I don't care what they say, what they put in their videos. I even kind of spoke out against these black men flagging Cynthia G's channels down. Why? People were happy to see her channel go down. Why? Why do you niggas on both sides, why are you so dead set on trying to silence what someone is saying? If anything, you should leave them intact. Why does that irritate you? Why the fuck are you even over there paying attention to what they're saying and doing anyway? Okay? I really question why black men find themselves in these female spaces to even know about this drama that's going on, to tell me about it. The question is why? Now, that's a rhetorical question. It's because, and maybe this isn't true with every black man, but let's just face it, a lot of you niggas still crave attention from black women. You're still attracted to black women. And the same thing can be said about these hoes calling themselves divestors, that claim they're done with black men. They hate black men. They're leveling up and all this hypergamy bullshit. A lot of them bitches can't even spell hypergamy. But somehow, strangely, they find themselves flagging black men's videos, flagging channels leaving comments in, the comment section. We know the whole spiel. It's been going on for more than a decade because they secretly crave the attention and they still lust for black men. And that is going to be somewhat ironic in all of this. But because I don't find myself, I'm just in my own little world over here. I took a big break from social media. I'm kind of trying to inch my way back into it. Those of you who find yourselves in spaces of your enemy, you come back and you tell me these things. Or maybe there's a slim possibility that you heard it from somebody else. And really, honestly, dude, that's the only way I find out about this stupid shit. When people come, they either email me or they tell me in the comment section. And while most of the stuff, especially during the lull that I had with social media, most of this stuff I either don't pay attention to it, I don't click on it, or if I pay attention to it, even if I want to do a commentary, I just simply don't have the time to do the commentary. So, maybe I add it to a list of things I want to talk about later, which I almost never get around to, being able to do, or, I just keep it in my mind until I forget about it. But I guess as the saying goes, when I was made aware of this and I went and I looked into it, first of all, I couldn't even believe it. When one of you brothers told me that probably one of the most successful swirler content creators, Nikki THOT, who was again formerly part of the Nikki and Jaimie show, was not only dating and fucking a black man, and a black American man at that. That sounds, by all accounts, like a Pookie, and we're going to get into that a little later as well. Not only did I have a hard time digesting that, it was like when someone speaks in a foreign language, but you hear an English word while they're speaking that foreign language. You can't understand anything they're saying. Then they say something in English and go back to speaking a foreign language. It's like, huh? It's like that's the only way that they could pronounce it in their language, to say it in English where you could understand it. That's the kind of weirdo effect this had on me. And I guess, as they say, some things just cannot be ignored. This was a bridge too far. And when I say a bridge too far, I mean this was a bridge too far for me to ignore. Okay? I had heard, every once in a blue moon, over the course of the last 10 years that I've been doing content and listening to content on YouTube, because I've actually been on YouTube since 2006. It was only 2014 that I kind of came into my own as Brian Solange. But every once in a blue moon, probably over the course of the last, probably, I want to say 6 or 7 years, since I think I first heard about the Nikki and Jaimie show as early as like 2016. It couldn't have been later than 2017. I'd catch a brief clipping of one of their videos, and it was just a glance. It was like that grazing shot that hit Trump in the head. I wasn't, watching the video, like really watching it. Like I would glance over it, and then just click on something else. I'm not about to sit through a full video of, some black hole worshiping a white dude, or, sit up there and participate in a comment section full of black whores that can't get a man, trying to live vicariously through this one, dolled up thought whose last name is Thought. And that, again, that's going to become so ironic here. It's not even funny. But, I'm not about to sit through that. I have far, far more pressing issues to attend to. I will literally stand in the bathroom and look at my own turds swirl around in the toilet bowl before I click the flush switch, before I watch a swirler video all the way through, if it's more than 1 minute. Okay. It just is what it is. But I had briefly heard something. Some of you brothers had sent something about them getting divorced. I don't even remember what year it was, but now doing research, I know that they had broke up in 2019. It looked like they got a divorce, an official divorce, a couple of years later. And I think I had made a post, like a community post about that when it happened. That had to have been like a couple of years ago, like 2022. But they were talking about how they had broken up all the way back in 2019. And I was like, well, that's fitting. There was a black African actress that had married and got impregnated by some white dude, another actor. And I think that was, she played, beside that other African actor in that movie, the one, I forget the name of it. Oh God, what is the name of it? Hold on, y'all. Oh yeah, that was the name of it. Queen and Slim. I don't remember the hoe's name, but you remember they got divorced after only a couple of years. And it just really kind of flew in the face of this whole thing about, black women, white male relationships being the most successful out of all relationships. That's kind of like back when they were telling a lie that black women were statistically the most educated group in the United States. When we found out, somebody, cracked that myth and debunked the myth and found out that no, they were really just the most enrolled. But, I've always kind of side-eyed that claim that they were the most successful. And so, it wasn't really a surprise when Nikki, and it was kind of funny because they were the most successful, white man, black woman, swirler channel, I think, in all of YouTube at one point in their prime. I didn't know how long they had been on. Like I said, I've only ever briefly glanced at, their shit. So I wasn't really paying much attention to it. But I did put up a community post when somebody had made me aware that they had divorced. I think that was back in 2022, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to go back and I'd have to look, which I'm not going to do. But, the divorce thing was one thing. That was one thing. Okay. But from my understanding, a year later, Mr. Perkins, Jaimie Perkins, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed white boy that was her husband, her Australian husband, and they're both based out of Australia. She's of African descent. I think she's first or second generation African, and her sister is some type of failed wannabe supermodel or some shit, and their family migrated from whatever African country, and they wound up in Australia. And I guess through her social media and whatever she was doing with fashion industry and modeling alongside her sister, she met this white dude. And I don't know their full story, don't really care, but as far as the little that I do know, that's how she wound up in Australia. So I had heard these little brief tidbits here and there was only like halfway paying attention. But it wasn't until Jaimie Perkins came out a year ago, which I wasn't even aware of. About a year ago, he came out with a video airing all their dirty laundry as to what happened between them and why he filed for divorce, why he left her. And what I've decided to do, going back to what I originally said, what I've decided to do in this video is I'm going to deal with the breakup, the dirty laundry, Nikki and Jaimie's dirty laundry, and the domestic violence, all that shit, the shit brother Kwesi, David Carroll, been telling these dumbass white dudes that, think they've gotten a pot of gold when they get these weave wearing, dolled up, fake up wearing hoes. That's just, it's too much to fit in just this one section. So I've decided to separate that. And what I'm going to do is, you saw the intro, okay? It's primarily, it summarized the airing of Dirty Laundry video that he did about a year ago. I think October 2023. But there's so much more. This boy, he sat down and made an hour-long video explaining everything from damn near start to finish. Now, I'm going to tell you this. Me personally, I've told you guys things about my life, okay? But I don't know if I would be as detailed about putting all of my private information out there as a lot of these people are in social media land. I think my personal opinion, whether you're, a interracial couple or not, whether I like you or not, I think there should be boundaries, especially when children are involved. I do think there should be boundaries as to what type of information a person puts out on the internet about their personal life and their family. I guess some people, they just don't have any limit to what they're willing to share with the public. But from my perspective, you also have to understand that when you have children, when you have relatives, okay, that aren't in, they're not immersed directly into that social media internet world, okay, they can be directly and indirectly negatively affected by that, even as they, grow older, when they're out at work by their neighbors, just psychologically. So that's just my opinion. You guys know that I had, some of you are aware, especially if you were back then in 2017, which was my last relationship with my black ex, who was from Southern California. I had a pretty dramatic breakup, but I had actually put up a video in my emotional state. I put up a video kind of detailing what happened and what led to my decision to break up with her, but I quickly took it down because I realized that it was not. I just thought that it was bad taste not to protect her, because as far as I was concerned, she didn't deserve protection. But I just thought, I don't need to put all my information out there like that. And that's also one of the reasons why, you haven't heard me in recent years reference her too much. But I will reference her occasionally, but I've kind of, fallen off from referencing my ex the way I used to. I think, the further you get away from a dramatic experience, the easier it is to kind of, I don't think you ever let it go, but you get to a point where, it kind of simmers, it goes from a boiling point to it just kind of simmers mentally, psychologically in your mind, and you can kind of just, move on to other things. You can replace those negative thoughts with either other negative thoughts, or positive thoughts or neutral thoughts. So yeah, that's just my perspective. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to split this up. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give commentary on Jaimie Perkins and his airing of Dirty Laundry video, including footage where he showed himself being abused by Nikki. I'm going to try my best not to reference too much of that in this video past what I've already referenced. And I'm going to deal with that in a completely different and separate commentary. It will be part of this video, but it's going to be after this section where we're going to talk about the current situation. Because, and I think she had made like a response video, which I haven't seen because I really don't care, what she says. These females, they lie so much, just like they claim men manipulate, they manipulate. I know that most of these females, apparently including Nikki THOT, are mentally deranged. But like I said, we're going to get to that. So, I really didn't care to see her response video. As a point of reference, I might watch it before I finish editing this video. I might watch it. I don't, the one thing I've learned when it comes to a lot of these bitches, especially the ones that are under the age of 40, is that when they speak, especially when they're emotional or being disingenuous, they have an all salt with no substance effect on the mind. If you are an intelligent person. And what I mean by that is it's like going to a fancy restaurant or a regular restaurant, ordering a steak, but they bring you an empty plate with no steak, no food, and just a little bottle of table salt and put it next to the empty plate. And they may even sprinkle some salt on the plate. Okay. And you're looking up at the waitress or the waiter like, what the fuck? Where's the food that I ordered? Okay. That's what I mean by all salt with no substance. They just ramble on about nothing. And most of the shit they say is either not true or it's immersed. It is derived from their mentally deranged state. So, I don't really put a lot of stock in anything that a modern female says. I mean, we had Kamala Harris that just lost the election, bringing the likes of Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B up on stage, shaking their ass and giving a speech. These are glorified, grade F certified whores that she's trying to use to help promote and catapult her to the presidency of the United States. And somehow her, as an educated woman and former lawyer and attorney, and an educated, intelligent woman, doesn't seem to understand how damaging this is to her campaign and to her image. And that's what I mean. Just all salt with no substance. It's like brain dead on arrival. So, am I going to look at Nikki's response video? Maybe, maybe not. But we'll see. We'll see. So, but anyway, regardless, that's going to be later. Okay. But a year after Mr. Perkins released his airing of Dirty Laundry video, is what I'm going to call it, showing and telling in very explicit detail everything that he's gone through with this hoe that he tried to turn into a housewife. And you're probably going to hear that term more than once. Nikki, about a month ago, she released this video announcing that she was pregnant. Prior to that, she had showed videos, little clippings, and even on her Instagram account, she showed little scenes of this dude that she was dating. And I think she took kind of a hiatus from social media as well, because when I was looking on her channel for research, and that, believe you me, this is the only time when I decide to do a major project like this, this is the only time when you will ever find me on any of these silly hoes channel. Nikki THOT, Crystalline, Karazin, Cynthia G, whoever. This the only pearly things. This is the only time you will see me on these whores channels. Okay. But I saw that there was like, she made a post 8 months ago, and then there was a large gap. Like with me, y'all know I took a big break from social media, and I think I don't mean to keep sidetracking, but I think every content creator gets to that point where, you know, after so much content creating, you just have to take a fucking mental and emotional break, or you just have to take a break, you know, to deal with other things in life. We weren't born on the internet. We don't live on the internet. And so trying to keep up appearances, you know, trying to constantly create content, even if you're really successful at it, it just takes its toll. I'm sure PewDiePie, you know, the most successful YouTuber in the world, I'm sure he's had moments where he's had to take a break, you know, even if it's something that you do for a living. So it looked like she had taken a break, and after 8 months, she started posting again about 2 months ago. And then 1 month ago, she announced she was pregnant. Now, she had made it clear cut, obvious that she was dating a black man, which I find strange because, again, she lives in Australia unless she moved to the United States, and I don't have any indicators of that. She, at least by nationality, is Australian. Ethnically, she's African. Okay. But when I listened to this dude and she showed herself, you know, putting on her fake up and getting her nails done and, you know, going on a seafood restaurant date with this guy 8 months ago. This dude, he does not have a British or an Australian accent. This sounds like a hood. I mean, he sounds like a hood dude to me. He sounds like a Negro from over here in the States. Okay. He sounds like a Robert Perkins. I'm just going to call it for what it is, bro. So, you know, dating a black guy for a former swirl is one thing. I think even David Carroll, maybe even Akwasi, had mentioned how, you know, black men are secretly bending a lot of these swirler hoes over. You know, there's a lot that we've learned about black women who date outside of their race that we didn't know 10 years ago. You know, we thought that they were all, you know, they had just left the black race and, you know, they were over there just having a hallelujah good time, or so they claimed. But, you know, as this video will prove, there's a lot of home wrecking. There's a lot of train wreck, just full out train derailed off the train tracks going on over there in divestment land. And we've also learned that a lot of these females that, you know, especially even the ones that have these successful, you know, they have these successful, you know, black woman, white man, interracial couple channels, you know, marriage or dating channels. A lot of these hoes are still taking dick from other dudes that are not their husband. Some of these chicks are getting banged out by black men. Now, it's one thing to, you know, be, you know, to have infidelity in your marriage, okay? But it's another thing to, when you are the level of BedWinch, where you not only got married to a white dude, you've had 2 biracial children with a white dude, okay? You have an entire channel with and social media following full of millions of followers, where you're putting your whole interracial mixed family, you know, on display for the world to see. When you're that level of BedWinch or bedbuck, because, you know, a lot of you Negroes, you worship white women too. We've been through that. Okay. For you to announce that years later you've gotten pregnant by a black dude that she kept referencing as her partner, somebody that she's not married to. There's no indicators that she's going to get married to this guy. And she even had mentioned that he was up in Brisbane or something, responding to a job offer. So by all indications, this nigga don't even have a job. So then the question is, if he don't have a job and he's looking for a job, and he's an American, as Cynthia G would say, dusty, that's jobless. Y'all not married. Don't look like y'all getting married. You keep referencing him. It's strange. She don't even call him her boyfriend. She says her partner. For you to announce that you're pregnant by this dude, something is wrong here. And when I say something is wrong here, I mean something is wrong with this entire dynamic of, what people call divesting, or crossing over to the other side and, dating or marrying outside of your race and being so happy to, be with a person outside of your race. Something is wrong here. Something is off. Okay? Because her husband, and I'm going to try not to stray too much into this, but her ex-husband, Jaimie Perkins, one of the things that he had mentioned in his airing a Dirty Laundry video is that the reason why he left her, the reason why they got divorced before all the domestic violence, was because he found graphic evidence that he didn't want to go into detail about, that she was fucking her ex. Okay? Which we have to assume is, this guy that she's dealing with and has now gotten pregnant by now. And so I can only imagine that he looked on her phone or looked on her email and seen a text or a picture or even a video, or maybe he came home one day, found a condom. He didn't want to go into detail, but obviously he found something that traumatized him so badly that he felt like he had to get out of that situation as quickly as possible. Of course, he wouldn't have been in that situation in the first place if he hadn't tried to turn a hoe into a housewife, but we're going to get to that later. So, and whoever that was that sent me the information on this, let me know. That I left a comment under your comment that said, you got to be shitting me. Listen, man, listen. When Cynthia G got pregnant by Robert Perkins, it was kind of a shock, but not a surprise. Okay. Cynthia G had, she had been done with her, white knight worship back in her 20s. And she found out through being an escort and a failed runway model that, white men, or, doing the things she was doing with white men was not going to get her over the top. So she started to go on this, she made this channel where she started to go on this rant and this tirade about, how, white men are evil albinoid devils. And they were only evil albinoid devils to her because, she wasn't able to elevate herself to the status, that she thought she should be at, being a certified hoe at the time, in her college years and in her 20s. So then, she started pretending to be on black men's side. But then somebody white in a powerful place put her ass in check. And I think they took down her first channel and she switched up quickly. And she started going after black men. She did that for several years until she finally got taken down for good off of ScrewTube, which I actually disagree with. I don't think her channel should have been flagged down. I don't think her channel should have been removed. I disagree with that. Do I think she's a fucking idiot? Yes. But when she got pregnant by that black dude, Robert Perkins, that was one thing. Okay, she was in panels with black men. She, was years removed from the swirling scene. She tried to deny it, but all indicators were that, in her earlier years, she was a hoe, for white dudes. But, that was, when she got pregnant by the three trash bag Dusty, as she calls him, a dude that has 5 illegitimate children by 4 different baby mamas, and she became the 5th. That was, again, it was kind of a shock that she would even get pregnant, let alone by a black man, but it wasn't a surprise, okay? But for somebody like this Nikki THOT person, and I know people are going to say that, she never spoke illy of black men. She was just, promoting herself. She was just promoting herself and her interracial coupling with, this white dude, Jaimie Perkins, and their family and their life and all of that. But come on, dude. Nikki and Jaimie have to be, if they are not the top, they had to be like one of the top 5 most successful interracial couple / family channels. Not only on social media, but in all of social media. Okay, not just on YouTube, but throughout all of social media. For this woman who has 2 biracial children by this white dude to now be pregnant by a black guy, and I think Crystalline Karasen went through this, but only in reverse. She got pregnant by a black guy first. Then, when he didn't want her mentally deranged ass, she switched over to white men. That didn't work out either, because as we now know, her husband finalized a divorce for her just a couple of years ago. Okay? She knew it was going to come out in public record, so she didn't try to deny it. I think she actually announced it. But for Nikki to now not only be with a black dude, be fucking a black dude, apparently was fucking this black guy behind her, who was her former lover, behind this white boy's back that she was married to, and now be pregnant with his child. I think she even announced that she may be having twins in a different video. I have to go back and look. That really says something about these so-called swirlers and divestors that really, Akwesi and David Carroll, and to a smaller extent myself, tried to warn you about over the years. Okay? I believe Omarion said it best in 2015 when he came out with that super successful track along with Jean Aiko, or Aiko, whatever the fuck her name was, that was titled Post to Be. There was and y'all have heard me reference this before, there was a part of the song where he said, "Don't get mad at me. These chicks be with everybody." And, even R. Kelly with his stupid ass, he made reference on several occasions, and often the times these singers and these rappers, they will make lyrics based on their experiences. R. Kelly would tell people all the time, don't bring your chick to the club, because if you bring your chick to the club, I'm gonna leave with your chick. Okay? And a lot of these dumbass dudes, both white and black, they still have a hard time processing this. Even the ones in my own family, they don't fucking get it. Okay? An overriding majority of these females simply cannot be trusted. Okay? They are sexually promiscuous. They're irresponsible. They're walking, talking train wrecks. Okay? And in a lot of cases, even when it comes to domestic violence, they initiate aggression. We're going to get to that in the second part as well. This is going to be a long video, so y'all might want to pause it and go pick up some food from restaurant, go grocery shopping, and come back, because this is gonna be a long one. But I'm just sitting here trying to process this, and it still has not completely, it's still not completely registered with me what I'm seeing. A real swirler, unlike Crystalline Cunningham, because Crystalline Cunningham was a failed swirler from almost Jump Street. As a matter of fact, when she started making videos and I do believe there is sufficient evidence to back this up. When Crystalline Cunningham started making videos in 2011, 2012, I believe she was on the back end of her marriage to Michael Cunningham. Okay? Because if you look, there was before she took it down, one of the last photos on her Instagram of him was in 2012, of him with his back turned to the camera, and he was standing on what appeared to be a boat pier, either walking away or standing where he was facing opposite of where assumably she was taking the picture. And I honestly believe that was the picture of him saying, "Sayonara, see you tomorrow." I think he left, and I think he was gone or on his way out from very early on in her career as a YouTuber. I do. Okay? They had been separated for some years before they finalized that divorce. Okay? But Crystalline Cunningham an idiot. She's one thing. But Nikki actually could prove, you remember how David Carroll used to always say, if a black woman could produce a white man, in a video and, sipping on eggnog or whatever during the holidays, that he would take his whole channel down. He loved doing that. And none of them could do it except the ugliest among them, Crystal Swirls. That hideous thing, Crystal Swirls, jeez. But the dude that she produced was like a meth addict and homeless. And even they, I think, wound up breaking up. Well, the thing is, Nikki lived that life that people like Crystalline Cunningham only spoke about. She lived that life, and she proved that through their channel, Nikki and Jaimie. For her to have been so invested in this mythology of interracial love, for her to not only be back with a black man, but to be pregnant with a black man that has no job, because she indirectly admitted this when she said he was looking for a job offer. He has no job. He's American. Okay? And they're not married. That, that should really tell you how far gone in the head black women, a lot of them, especially these hoes that call themselves hypergamous divestors, that should let you know how crazy these females are. These bitches are fucking crazy, dude. Listen, let me tell you something. And I said I stopped going into detail about, what I went through with my ex years ago. But it reached a point, because we were only together for 2 years, not even quite 2 years. Well, we started talking in August of 2015. We first started physically dating in January of 2016. I left her for good, because we had broke up a couple of times before that. But I left her for good in December 2017. I have not dealt with a black woman or any woman, sexually or otherwise, since December 2017. Okay? But it reached a point in our relationship where this woman gave me so much mental and emotional trauma that I said to myself that I don't ever want to risk experiencing anything like this ever again. Hence, thus, She will be the last female that I ever deal with for as long as I fucking live. Because I realized it wasn't just her. This is a generational curse amongst westernized females. To give men, including men who show that they really care about them and love and cherish them, pure living hell, no matter how much that man does to love that woman, to care for that woman, to even to give her dick, to give her a nice house to live in, to get her a nice car, to take her out on fancy dates. It don't matter what you do for these hoes. You remember that Golden State Warrior, Steph Curry. You remember his wife a few years ago? I think that was back in 2020 or 2019, I forget. You remember Steph Curry's wife talking about how she was jealous that whenever they step out, you know, because you have these celebrities like Snoop Dogg, Steph Curry, LeBron James, that they're actually loyal to the women that they started with. You know, they don't go out, at least not openly, and start, you know, dating, you know, runway models and Insta thoughts and shit. Like, you know, they stick with the female that they had, you know, when they were on the come up. And Steph Curry is one of those. Okay. I think T.I. is one too, where when you look at Hugh Jackman is one. You know, when you look at them and their success, okay, their wealth, they could have almost any female on earth that they want doing anything that they want. I mean, if that white trash Donald Vollenweider and friends, if they can be pissing in females' mouths and doing all the other nasty shit they do on Ghetto Gaggers, you can imagine what these guys can, you know, the type of females that they can get and what they can get them to do. But they stay loyal to one chick, okay? And Steph Curry could have, you know, plus he's not a bad looking light skinned dude. He could have any female that he wants. The Golden State Warriors won like 3-4 championships, right? And here this bitch is sitting up here in an interview talking about how she's jealous of her husband because when they step out, she realizes the way people, not just women, but the way people in general give him attention, that he's the prize. And she always felt like she should be the prize. Here is one of the most privileged, lucky women in the world to be married to a professional athlete who is a multi-time world champion. One of the most successful NBA players and athletes in American professional sports history. And she's talking about she's jealous because people are not trying to rush her. They're trying to rush him. When she should feel lucky. She should feel grateful just to be able to wake up in the bed next to this dude. Just to follow behind his footsteps. Just to put his dirty drawers in the laundry and clean them in the washer. She should be lapping up after this dude. And I'm not saying that that's because she's a woman. I'm saying that because if I was in that position where I was married to a fucking millionaire, okay, I would be that grateful. It's hard out here, bruh. Working, a dead-end job, or even if you're running your own business, like I've done before. It's hard out here, bruh, to find somebody that can bring home the bacon like that and you never have to want or work or worry about how you and your kids gonna eat for the rest of your life. And you have a female that fucked up in the head that she's worried about who's getting the most fucking attention. Again, these bitches are fucked up. Okay? And that's why people like the late David Carroll and other brothers just decided to stop dealing with them altogether. Okay? Very seldomly will you find a female, especially in westernized culture, that is under the age of 40. That's still in her sexual and physical prime. That is not a walking, talking mental case. And yet, strangely enough, somehow, this whole Nikki THOT. I mean, dude, somebody tell me that's a made up last name. Somebody tell me Nikki THOT is a stage name. Bruh. With everything that Jaimie Perkins, her ex-husband, with everything that he came out about, for her last name to be THOT, bruh, Hollywood screenwriters, professional Hollywood screenwriters that have written Academy Award winning screenplays that have been adapted into cinematic film could not come up with this shit. This bitch's last name is THOT, bruh. I can't, man. I can't. I just can't, dude. This Insta THOT is with a black dude. And, you know, I'm looking at this Negro because people said that she won't show his face. And, you know, I don't know what's behind that. At first, so here's the deal. Before, well, put it like this. If y'all hadn't told me and I hadn't confirmed that she was pregnant by this dude, I would have thought that maybe like Paris Milan at one time that she showed that African dude that she claimed to be dating, I would have thought that maybe this was one of those fake YouTube couples, you know, that, you know, she just paid some dude to come down and pretend to be her boyfriend to get back at her ex, you know, or to try to switch, you know, to try to shift focus onto, you know, doing a different type of content on social media. But I mean, saying that it's a fake couple, that assumption, that theory pretty much goes out the window once she confirms that she's having a baby by this nigga. Again, a Negro that has no job. He sound like he from the streets. I don't know what this dude's background is, but he sound, I don't know, you know, what y'all think, but he sounds like, you know, he could just be a regular brother, but he kind of sound like a hood dude. I'm not even gonna lie. He sound like a hood dude. But for some reason, she won't. One little tidbits that I've noticed that I and other people have kind of raised their eyebrow at. Number one, she won't call this dude her boyfriend. We know they're not married, okay? But she keeps referring to him as her partner. Now, I don't know if maybe, you know, through the Australian dialect of the English language, maybe over there, they're just more privy to calling the person that they're intimate with their partner instead of, you know, saying, you know, my boyfriend or my girlfriend. But, you know, she speaks pretty straight English. And I don't know if she speaks any other language because, again, her family is originally from a country in Africa. I don't know which one. But, you know, unless it's some type of Australian dialect or, you know, some type of, you know, cultural thing where, you know, they say partner instead of boyfriend or girlfriend, it sounds almost to me like she's referencing this dude like this is just a dude that's fucking her. You know, they're obviously together, but, you know, she even made a video where, and this was in the midst of confirming that she had a new man, you know, and before she announced that she was pregnant, she made a video where she was talking about how, you know, her man was, you know, up country somewhere. And she was talking about how, you know, she was dining out by herself and she was learning to enjoy her own company. You know, a lot of stuff that I said about myself after my last relationship, how, you know, I enjoy my own company. I don't need anybody around. You know, I've learned to celebrate myself. I've learned to root for myself. I've learned to party by myself. You know, some people think that's weird, but when you get done dealing with enough of these train wreck, deranged motherfuckers, you really do, if you're a sensible human being, you do come to learn how to, and you come to cherish the benefit of enjoying your own company. So, you know, she's talking about how, you know, she's learning to enjoy her own company, and the more she does it, she likes it. And she's sitting at this outdoor cafe ordering stuff. And I'm like, wait a minute. Why are you emphasizing so much in this video that you're learning to embrace individualism. Yet you're in other videos, you're going out on whole dates with this black dude, and you're talking about how happy you are together with this dude. And I put two and two together. I say she won't call him her boyfriend. She keeps calling him her partner, even though this nigga done got her pregnant. And she's talking about embracing individualism. And now I'm starting to realize this isn't a relationship. This is a situationship with some dude, probably the same dude that she was fucking behind Jaimie's back. And now they must have some type of indirect agreement where they're not going to officially get together. They're just going to, kind of fulfill each other's needs. And the thing that really kind of knocks me off kilter is that this female is not even American. She's from Australia, okay? She's an African immigrant, first or second generation from Africa, living in Australia. I don't know how many times she's been to the United States, but she's with this dude, assumably her ex, assumably someone that she knew before she met Jaimie, or maybe it was another dude, okay? But this dude is laying pipe up in her, and they're not even officially together. They're not married. This dude has no job, but he's laying pipe up in her. She's going on fancy dates, which she has to be paying for. And it's like almost like it's like a Twilight Zone-ish thing where you're looking at an alter universe, an alter ego universe, because it's like this is like a total reversal. It's like a complete reversal of what we see these divestors doing when they leave, or they claim to leave black men, and they go over, start not only worshiping white men, but dumpster diving for white men. Getting white men that are broke, getting white men that are drug addicts, getting white men that aren't, that physically attractive. Any white man that'll, say hello and take her underneath his wings, they'll take just so they can put on display for the world, hey, I got a white man. Yet this broad did the white man thing, was married to this dude for several years. And now she's playing a reverse role where she's going over dumpster diving for black men. One that has no job, not married to her, one that she is not even willing to call her boyfriend. And I have to honestly ask, one that she doesn't even want to, now that could be, admittedly, that could be at his request, but one that she won't even show his full face, although his face did accidentally partially come into view when he was walking down a hallway, and that may have happened in other parts of the video that I didn't catch. So you can see kind of a blurry portion of his face, his full face. But regardless, this is obviously a black guy. I don't know where he came from. I'm assuming this is the ex that she was cheating with, but I don't know that officially either. What the fuck is this BedWinch doing with a black guy? As successful as her channel was with this white dude, okay, they broke up. Why not go get another white dude? You're one of the dark-skinned African model types, even though, you admitted yourself, you and Jaimie admitted that both you and your sister are failed fashion models. And we'll get into that a little bit later as well. But, just go off. You're successful on social media. There's plenty of these white simps out there. Just go out and get another white dude. Why are you with a black dude that has no job? Looking for job offers? What the fuck? What? See, this is right out of Boom Quick or Keisha or whatever you want to call this playbook, right? Married to a dude, but got a side dude. Giving the side dude more pussy than she gives her fucking husband. And the side dude, the married dude, is bringing home the bacon, taking care of the children, but she fucking this other dude who ain't even got a job, may have a criminal record, don't know about that. Dude, this is right out of Ghetto Hood Thought. This is right out of Ghetto Hood Thought book, man. This is right out of the playbook of these hood whores over here in the United States that call themselves boss bitches, dude. This female may be from Australia, but outside all that weave and all that fake up, and I've actually looked at her face when she, particularly in a video that Jaimie released of her inside of his mother's house, she's really not that attractive. And I'm not saying that because she's a BedWinch. I'm not saying that because I don't like this hoe. I will show you in a second black women that I consider truly naturally attractive. Okay, to me, the more I've actually looked at this chick, because I did kind of think she was pretty back in the day, but that was because, again, I was only glancing over her content. Okay, I wasn't really looking at her that hard. Okay, but now looking at her without the makeup and her admitted breast, implants, and I think she even got a butt enlargement, she got a breast enlargement and all the fake up. She's really not that attractive. I wouldn't call her ugly, but she's what Kevin Samuels would infamously call average at best. If you take that weave off of her head and you remove that makeup, she's just the average chick that you see, taking orders at the window at McDonald's. I'm just going to call it for what it is, dude. And, that's not just a stab at her. That's all of these hoes. We know that. Okay? We know that. We know what Rihanna looked like without all that shit on. We know what Ciara looked like without all that shit on. We know what Cardi B looked like without all that shit on. We know what Nicki Minaj looked like without all that shit on. So on and so forth down the pipe. Most of these females are not naturally attractive. They have to put on 10 pounds of fake up and a fucking straight Brazilian or white or Asian wig or sew-in to be sexually appealing in a lot of cases. This is why they strive so hard to hypersexualize themselves. Because in a lot of cases, that's all they bring to the table. How hard they make your dick. How many dicks they can make stand up when they post on social media. That's their only asset. Okay? I mean, anybody can get in a skin tight dress or, jeans that fit tight to the butt and get their nails done and look fucking sexy. Anybody can do that. So, that's nothing. But, I'm blown away not because she's with this assumed Pookie. And I have to call him a Pookie at this point because not just his English accent, but she admitted indirectly that at least as recently as the video that she made when she said he was up country somewhere, upstate somewhere looking for a job, or that he was responding to a job offer. This dude ain't got no job. And so this leads me to one of two conclusions. Okay? Either A, she's trying to get back at her ex by publicly putting this dude out there, and apparently either he doesn't want his face shown or she doesn't want to show his face, for whatever reason. Maybe she's not trying to push the black love thing on her content, and she wants to make the channel all about herself. But she is kind of showing this dude off on her Instagram and on her YouTube. So I don't know. But for some reason, she deliberately tries to avoid showing all his face. The most she'll show is like the bottom of his face. So either she's trying to get she's playing psychological games with Jaimie by putting this dude at least partially out on display, or, and we're gonna get into this more when we talk about the airing of Dirty Laundry video that I'm going to show you guys in its entirety before I even start my commentary on that subject. Okay? Or she is trying to getting with this, what the equivalent of what Cynthia G's hypocritical ass would call a 3 trash bag Dusty. Okay? A dude that has no job. Okay? You know, looking at him, she's probably, you know, paying for everything. He's probably living in her house or her apartment. Okay? This is the only type of dude that she can get, in the sense of somebody that's going to stay with her. Some dumbass, low IQ having nigga to think that he's found a gold mine. You know, from a swirler has-been whose shelf life has expired. And who's so mentally deranged that even a white man who she's had 2 children by, had to go and file a restraining order against her. Maybe she came to a realization that getting with another white man is just going to be in vain, because he's going to find out how batshit crazy, how ratchet, how ghetto she is. Okay? And he's going to realize, man, even after all that fake up and, you know, all that hypersexualizing, wearing swimsuits and, you know, skin tight booty jeans and, you know, dresses that show cleavage, even with all of that, even if I have a black chocolate fetish, this hoe ain't worth it. She realizes that white dudes ain't gonna do nothing but bend her over. So she goes and she gets with a Pookie because that's her only option. I recall, and y'all may recall, that David Carroll, he said in several of his videos, particularly after this basic looking big booty hood thought went on a rant on Facebook talking about you gotta get 10 black men to equal, you know, 1 man. He said, listen, you are what you attract. Okay? You are who you're with. Maybe, and I think this is the most likely case, maybe Nikki finally came to the realization that she can't, if she just wants, because, you know, with the fake up, she's attractive enough to go out and get dick anytime. But some females don't want to go that route. Okay? They want a dude that's going to be there for them emotionally and going to take care of another man's kids, and, you know, they can tie him down with child support by getting that nigga to be dumb enough to put a baby up in him, which this one apparently has. So, you know, they want a reliable nigga. Maybe she came to the conclusion that the only person that's going to be dumb enough to stay with her and put up with her nonsense is one of these dumbass American niggas. And the fact that he's not even Australian, that he sounds to be American, it can only, that fact alone, bro, only serves to solidify what David Carroll said about black men when he repeatedly called y'all dumb, when he said y'all some of the dumbest motherfuckers that ever walked the face of the earth, when he said that y'all not the sharpest knife in the drawer, nor are you the brightest bulb on the fucking tree. What in the holy cluckety, KFC cluckety fuck is this goofy ass nigga doing with this hoe? Again, man, Hollywood screenwriters cannot come up with this shit. They can't come up with it, man. They can't. Stephen King could not have written an award-winning novel with this much awkwardness. Where do these people, it's like some of these motherfuckers are like space aliens that beam in from other planets. Where do these cartoon character type motherfuckers with these fucking weirdo ass lifestyles? Where do these people be coming from, bro? Boy, I swear, man, you will never ever be able to shame me for having dolls. You will never ever be able to shame me for isolating myself and living a solitary lifestyle, because I see quite clearly humanity is more, and these females that so many of you motherfuckers lose your mind over is more than way more than it's cracked up to be. The sad thing is, and I'm going to conclude this portion with this, the really sad thing about all of this is that this dude that she's with is not an isolated event. He's not a fluke. You know, just one dumbass nigga that, you know, has, you know, barely enough brain cells to, you know, fuel a fruit fly around the inside of a fucking Honey Nut Cheerio. Unfortunately, he's not alone. He's not, you know, he's not a fluke. He's not an exception to the rule of black men. David Carroll even referenced how a lot of you idiots were saying back in the day about how when Crystalline Connors, another one who used to wear heavy makeup, would sprinkle big red lipstick all over her lips and take pictures, or, you know, be sitting in her bathtub in a bathrobe. Y'all was talking about how she a BedWinch, but you still fuck her in the comments. I recently posted in a community post a few months ago of this fat, just hideously obese, out of shape white bitch. This bitch literally looks like a pig on 2 feet in this tight pink dress. Just fucking pathetic. And I had niggas in there talking about, oh yeah, she could have any black boyfriend she wants. And I'm just sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, why are these niggas even listening to me if they think like this? If you niggas are not gonna learn anything, why the fuck are you here? What do you want? Again, and that again just points to the mental derangement of black men. Why are you listening to me if you're deifying not only females who look like this, but who think like this, who carry themselves in this way, to be so mentally deranged that you think you look good? Well, that ain't the only reason she thinks she look good. She thinks she look good. I'm talking about the fat white bitch that was in the pink dress. She thinks she look good because she got so many of you dumb, thirsty ass niggas rushing her. Okay? But to think you look good enough to take a full body shot and put it on ScrewTube. Put it on social media. Only you niggas deal with these type of chicks. At least extensively. They're guys that will have sex with them, but they're not trying to date them. They're not trying to marry them. They're not trying to have children with them. I'm sure if Jaimie Perkins knew how messed up this hoe was, if he saw the hood rat hiding in the closet, because even he admitted, and we're going to get to him in a minute, but even he said that there were two sides of Nikki. If he had seen that other side, if he had seen that hood demon, that thug thought that according to him was beating his ass for breakfast, lunch, and dinner at one point, and he wouldn't fight back. If he had seen that demon that David Carroll talked about, that these females try to mask through this fake up, he wouldn't have got with the hoe either. Yet here you have this dumb Negro. And the sad thing again, as I said, is he's not an exception to the rule. He's not a fluke. Okay? He's not alone. He is a microcosm of the black male collective. The black male collective that spends all of their time doing these 7 and 8 hour live streams with these hoes and these other low IQ niggas arguing over pussy. Posting in every other fucking post that they make on Facebook is about some hoe, or why black women are doing this, or why black women aren't doing that, or why you should get you a passport and go down and solicit prostitution so you can get your stupid black ass drugged and robbed down in Colombia. This Negro that is with Nikki right now, it's just like Whitney Houston said when she said, "I'm every woman." This nigga that's with this failed swirler hoe this mentally deranged nut, Nikki THOT, pun intended. He's every black man, almost. You know, I have a very small circle of black men, and one of those brothers, he knows who he is. He tells me repeatedly about how he adopted a Marlboro Man mindset like I did after his last failed marriage, and how he's been on his own ever since. And see, my reasoning behind that is very simple. It had nothing to do with developing a hatred of women or black women. My choice to live a solitary lifestyle and live a single life is derived from the ideology behind that famous Jay-Z song from back in the 90s, where he had a lyric that said, "I have 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one." See, don't get it twisted. In life, I still, like everybody else, I have my struggles. Okay? But what I realized after my last relationship is not dealing with these Western femicunts or any of these hoes. Okay? It's just one less problem to have in life. Okay? There is no way. I have a saying, and I tell my family members this all the time. You know, when they, say they want to come down and see me or whatever. I tell them, that's something that we got to schedule, like a doctor's appointment, because I don't want motherfuckers in my personal space all the time. I don't care if they're blood or not. Okay? Reason why I stopped dealing with these hoes is because I got to have my space, as I always say, and I have to have my peace. And as far as I'm concerned, my peace and my space go hand in hand. Okay? A lot of these guys are out here losing it, committing murder, suicide of their wives and girlfriends, and they going off killing themselves, abusing drugs, jumping off buildings, all kinds of crazy shit. A lot of these dudes are losing it because they don't have any outlet. Okay? When I go out there and, whether I'm working a job, running an errand, conducting business, whatever I'm doing, when I'm out there dealing with the hells of this world, running into random idiots, trying to resolve problems, replacing shit, cheaply made shit that I just bought, a month ago because they don't make stuff worth of crap. When I get done going through all the crap, the crummy crap that you have to deal with and experience on a regular basis in this world, and it's stressing you the fuck out to the point where, you're getting cramps and headaches and shit. When I'm done dealing with the outside world, when I approach the door to my house or my office, okay, I have to have a sense of relief that when I stick my key through that doorknob and turn it and open it and walk through, I am coming into a haven, a retreat of civility, peace, and harmony, and quiet, except the noise I make myself. I have to know that I am coming to a place of peace where I can take my clothes off, put on something more comfortable, kick back, listen to music, watch a movie, eat some popcorn, and relax. I cannot survive in this world, at least not without catching a case and winding up on the 9 o'clock news. I cannot survive in this world by having to deal with all the shit that I got to deal with out there in the open world, in the public, all the shitheads that you have to put up with at work or, while conducting business, running errands, random, just driving on the street, road rage, whatever. I can't deal with all that trash out there and then have to come home to a drama queen, dumbass hoe that's going to be giving me hell on top of loud ass children. And I don't have any space to run, any space to clear my head. I got to leave there and then I got to come home to a dumbass bitch that's been sitting on her ass all day, maybe cheating on me. Baby, who the fuck is this texting you on your phone? And she telling me lies Instead of apologizing, she in my face, fronting me off like I done something wrong, accusing me of shit that I didn't do because she trying to cover for or overcompensate for her own wrongdoings. I don't have time for that shit, bro. Cussing, going back and forth, all that bullshit. I don't have time for that. I can't do that. No space to breathe, no space to run. No. See, social norms, tradition, cultural tradition has you motherfuckers confused. You think you need a woman in your life. You do not. And vice versa, a lot of women think they need men in their life. No, you don't. What you need to do is find your fucking peace. That's what you need to fucking do. And then let everything else follow behind that. Okay? This is why so many people out here are losing their fucking minds. Shooting up schools. Shooting up offices. Shooting up drugs. Because they don't have a place of peace. Their mind is imbalanced. I mean, it's hard enough just living life. Then to have to come home to an unhappy home where there is no fucking peace. This dude, Jamie Foxx, up here hiding out in his car like he living in it. Damn near balled up like a fucking fetus. Talking about all the hell he went through over the last 3 to 4 years with this bitch. I just simply made the decision, dude. You can call it being an incel. You can call it whatever the fuck you want. I'm not putting myself through that. Okay? If I die tomorrow, I will die at peace if I'm at home. Okay? It ain't gonna be me. It can't be me. It can't be me. Okay? Because I'm not gonna sit and I'm not gonna go down quietly if a motherfucker is fucking with me. And we're gonna leave that one alone. But y'all know my history. So I just made the decision. Look. It looks like I have two choices. Either I can try going back into the dating game and get another one of these train wrecked hoes with all kinds of baggage. You know, she got 2 or 3 other dudes she talking to. You know, she probably is descended from a single mother household. She fucked up in the head. Or you had these wannabe G.I. Jane white bitches that, you know, think they can control, especially black men. And, you know, they come on all prissy and nice. But the next thing you know, you got niggas like Jonathan Majors jumping out of a fucking cab in the middle of downtown Manhattan, New York City, running from the hoe, and she chasing behind him. But then somehow, strangely enough, she claims that she was assaulted. And, you know, next thing you know, his livelihood and his acting career is ruined. Bruh, I can't do that, bro. Just for saying that I'm in the presence and in the company of, or even between the legs of a female human being that 9 times out of 10 is only attractive to me because she's wearing a fucking wig and is wearing fake up. I'm not doing that, bruh. If it has to come between that and being single for the rest of my life, dealing with some dumbass mentally deranged hoe with all kinds of baggage, and being single and on my own for the rest of my life, I'm gonna choose my peace over pussy any day of the fucking week. And that is a perfect segue into the next chapter of this, which I'm going to share with you guys momentarily. But first, I would like to share this public service announcement. It was one of the epic videos done back in the day. Not sure what year. I think 2016, but don't quote me. From the legendary brother Kwesi. You know, I shared a live stream with him during election night of a few days ago. This is a message that he sent, a warning that he sent to white men, and it was in fact entitled "Black Women Who Love Weak, Soft, white men. Following this message, I decided that I'm going to air in full Jaimie Perkins' video where he was airing out what I call the airing out of dirty laundry video, where he went on an hour-long tirade of exposing this Nikki whore that, has been on social media now for close to 10 years, trying to act all prissy and classy and, model material, where he showed in footage and told in explicit detail, exposing who she really is, but not only exposing her, but exposing himself and other simps like him as well. Now, because of, I don't want any of these claims of copyright infringement. I know different creators and different companies, are different about the way they go about dealing with that. Some don't worry about it. I'm not, this channel is not monetized. I'm not making money off of it. Plus, I am giving my own commentary. Okay, I'm not just re-uploading people's content, but to avoid any claims of copyright, I'm only going to play the audio with one or maybe a few still photos over that audio track of his video instead of actually physically playing the video. That way, I don't think he's that type of person, but just in case he is, he can't come back and claim that I'm violating his copyright. Okay? So we're just going to play the audio. After that, and again, that's over an hour long, we're going to come back and we're going to talk about why white men are dumb.
Stopped in the middle of the street, reached under my seat to grab my heat. Man, it's that same motherfucker that I got into it with at the club last.
Man, them niggas can't fake, they bitch made us so they store. But niggas with no heart don't want no parts of this. Nigga rolling with the funk mob, and when it's funk, the pumper spit them double lungs. So what you doing when we roll through your hideout? Let my Mac get off and then I rise out. With your ass there smoking like an incense. You saving hoes, nigga, and that's bitch shit.
Should I save her?
I wanna be saved. I'm crossing up niggas and bitches and even snitches.
As I've been sitting back reading some of the comments in my two-part illustrious videos, black women who worship soft, weak white men. And what I've noticed in those videos is that a lot of white men come to the comment thread of that video and they're upset behind what I'm saying. They get pissed off with me and they come to me, and some of them, they say things, well, how could you call us soft, weak white men? And it lets me know when I hear them saying things like that they didn't pay attention to what was stated in the video and that they're solely running with what's being said in the title. Some of them even come as far as to say, well, I got to remember how soft and weak I am. I'm 6'2", 214 pounds, and I've been working on the oil rig since I was 14 in Sweden, and now I got my master's and bachelor's degree. I mean, this is some of the bullshit they come and say to me. Now, let me go ahead and say this. As far as education and work-related wise, I have no problem with that. That's a good thing. But I find it just a little odd and strange when a man who doesn't know me, I don't know him, I'm simply a guy on YouTube stating my opinion in a public video. But yet this guy finds the need to come to my comment thread and explain away his whole entire life to me. I mean, dude, that's some shit you do when you're impressing a female. I'm a man. I can give a damn less about what level of education you have. If I don't know you personally, then, there's no reason for you to discuss this with me. But it lets me know that many people will judge a book by its cover and they won't pay attention to what's being stated in the video, because if you thoroughly watched what was stated in the video, you would know not to run with what's just being said in the title. But like I said, I've had a lot of white guys come along to me saying stuff like this. And another one came along, this is a while ago, this is actually years ago. And he mentioned how it's no wonder why black women want a nice white guy like me, and You Negroes are on YouTube talking bad about them and calling them all kinds of derogatory names. This is some of the stuff that they do. And what I realize is some of these guys are capitalists looking to exploit on the opportunity. So they figure when they see the type of dysfunction going on YouTube, or when they find videos with people like myself stating our opinions, and it's not a positive opinion about black women, they figure they can come along and be the Captain Save-A-Ho ass white knight that gets suited and booted, and they come along to these videos looking to appeal or appease black women. This is some of the shit that goes on. Some of these white guys are under the impression that people like myself have a problem with white men dating black women. Now, if you think that that's what it is, then you're deeply mistaken. I really could care less. As a matter of fact, what I'm really doing is I'm enlightening y'all on what y'all need to be aware of. Now, if you want to date black women, that's perfectly fine. But there's a certain segment of them that you really have to be leery of. And when you look at the condition of black women as a collective and the positions that they put themselves in that nobody can defend, this is another reason why they cling to white guys and Asian guys and Hispanic guys making videos in defense of them, which make absolutely no damn sense. I mean, you got one video, one of these guys are calling this black woman a god. I mean, what the fuck? Are you serious? I mean, but black women will cling to this bullshit because they're so desperate to find someone who's going to defend their position. But you know what? Let me back off of that for a second because that's a different subject for a different video. But black women are also under the impression when they see guys like me saying what I say about black women, oh, you're jealous because we don't want you and this and that. And let me just warn you white men on something briefly. In the video that I did on my secondary channel, it was over an hour long, illustrious video. And it was a black female that came onto the comment thread and we had some back and forth comments. Maybe about 2 or 3 comments were exchanged between the two of us, so then I decided to leave it alone. Somebody comes along to this black female, or what I'm presuming is a black female. If I'm right, then my statement remains. If I'm wrong, then I stand to be corrected. Let me just put that out there. But if this is a black female, somebody came along into the comment thread and told this black female, listen, you know, you need some dick. That's what she said. I mean, that's what he said to her, or I don't know who it could be, but this is what the profile said to her. This female turns around and says, it won't be black dick. Oh, you know, you white guys really need to be cautious when you deal with black females like this. Because that right there just lets you know how psychologically fucked up many of them are. If what I stated was accurate and this really is a black female. That's just an example on how fucked up they are. Because number one, you don't know who this person is. They have an avatar of a cartoon character. So you don't know, this could be a woman for all you know. But yet black females will sit back and respond back to that bullshit. And this is why I can say kamikaze mode. Because this is something that goes on YouTube, but yet they have no problem letting it be known that they don't want nothing to do with black men. And when you find these herds and huddles of black females sitting around in public auditoriums, on websites, Google Hangouts, and buying these books on how they can date white men, these are the type of black females you really need to be aware of, white men. So you might think for whatever reason that I'm jealous of you and brothers like me who speak on these subjects are jealous of you. No, not for 1 second. First of all, I mean, I'm not going to even get into that, but y'all need to really heed this bullshit. Now, I will say this much, and I've tried to warn many of y'all that black women, especially the ones that view, I'm not going to say all of them, but the ones who are involved with this swirling bullshit and these huddles and herds and gatherings of how you can get white men. These females view white women as their enemy. She doesn't like your woman and she feels she has the rights to have more access to white men than white women do. This is just how psychologically damaged they are. And when white guys can't pick this up, and here's the deal. Rational white men understand, and they will explain to these Negroes in a second, listen man, because you also have a segment of these Negroes, these soft, weak, simp-ass black men that sit around worshiping white men, women every chance they get as well. And white men who are rational thinkers will come back and tell your black ass, man, listen, I don't know what makes you think crossing over to the other side of that fence that the grass is greener. They'll explain that shit to you. There's some on YouTube who have videos saying this right now. And just like these rational white men will explain this to black dudes, I'll explain this to white guys. Now, you can think for whatever reason getting involved with this black female, oh man, you're so flattered that she's throwing herself at you. Listen, man, she's responsible, or she's one of the main culprits responsible for the devastation that you see in her own community. If she's responsible for the shit you see in her own community, what makes you think she's going to come into your community and she's going to nurture that community into a blossoming, wonderful garden, so to speak? I mean, at some point or another, you got to realize, I mean, she's left a trail of devastation and destruction in her path. But yet some of you white men, y'all literally believe that brothers like myself are jealous of y'all because y'all can go out and date black females. No, man, just as an example. No, I'm not even going to get into that. But let me just say this. When you're looking at this black female and she views white women as the enemy, you got to understand her position. And she's playing the position of a saleswoman. Now, let's just use a phone company, for example. And I'm going to just give you a couple of gems here. Y'all can take this how y'all want to take it, but I'll give you a couple of gems and I'm going to close out this video. Let's say you got a phone provider. And you got one company that you're using, and yet you're considering, or another company wants to get you on board with their product, with their phone service. First, what they're going to do is they're going to take an estimate of what you're dealing with and what you're paying and the services that you're getting. Then they're probably going to match the same plan for a cheaper price. Oh, if you got an early termination fee, don't worry about that. We got that. What we need you to do is sign a contract for the next 2 years that you're going to be on board with us. And we'll get you a discounted price or a cheaper price for the same service for less. What you notice now in most cases, and maybe I'm using a bad example, but just stick with me. But what you notice now is once that service contract is up, the price goes up, and in many cases much higher than what you was paying with your previous phone provider. Now I want you white men to consider or put yourselves in that situation where that salesman is trying to get you on board with their plan. And just think of that black female who's lusting after you, throwing herself at the feet of you, worshiping you, telling you she's willing to do anything to get with you. Why? You need to consider that. Because like I told y'all, and even when it comes down to your girl who swirls in itself, I mean, you got to look at their hypocrisy and just look at you got to read it in between the lines. Because the one group of people that you're not going to see on these Google Hangouts that she has, because she's always quick to have a Google Hangout with black females who just recently got with a white guy, or got married or engaged to a white guy. She's quick to have Google Hangouts and make announcements about that. But the one thing you'll never find on these Google Hangouts, or the one group of people that you'll never find on these Google Hangouts, are white women. You will never find, I guarantee it. Why? Because that's their competition. Just like if you go to a Verizon store, you're never going to find any advertisements of a Sprint phone or any of their products in the Verizon store, and vice versa. Because they view them as their competition. Now, you can go ahead and think that the grass is green on the other side of the fence, but I'm going to give you an example. And like I said before, white men themselves will tell you that, listen, man, trying to deal with white women and you think the grass is going to be greener, you better pump your brakes. Now, I'm going to tell you, because I know white men who have children with black women, and they're going through it right now. They're going through it. So once again, you could think the grass is greener on the other side of the fence. In many cases, these black women are putting up these delusions. And another example of what you're not going to find on your girl who swirls in her videos, the one person you're not going to find, if you see him, it's going to be a brief glimpse of him. And if you even see pictures of him, they're probably a few years old. The one person you're not going to find is that husband. That white knight in shining armor who came by and rescued her. Like I said in my illustrious classic video that I did on my secondary channel, we can't conclude that she's a private person because she has all of her children on video. So why is it that you don't have your husband on any of these videos? If he's the image of what you're promoting in these books, how can we never see the two of y'all together? I mean, you got to start putting two and two together, and you got to look at what you don't see in order to grasp what I'm saying, white man. So once again, white man, you could think that I'm jealous of you, that I'm hurt, and how you gonna sit and say this about us and that? No. Y'all need to pay attention to what I'm saying. Y'all need to actually click into the video and listen to the goddamn video before you run with what's being said in the title. Because a lot of y'all gonna find yourselves in some fucked up situations. Because talking to David Carroll himself, there was something that really struck home to me, and I said, you know what, now I'm going to make this video. Because the images that we use mirror each other when we discuss black women throwing themselves at the feet of white men. I've shown images of white men holding door collar chains around the necks of black females as they're down on their knees. He's done the same thing. He showed an image of a book cover in one of his private classics. But there was something that he mentioned to me, and he said, listen, man, there was an image that I seen, and I'm going to see if I can try to get him to forward me this image or email it to me. And he mentioned how there was a group of black females standing on top of white men with dildos and strap-ons. And these black women had their foot on the backs of these white guys. Mind you, they were standing over them almost as if they conquered these white men with dildos and strap-ons. And I said, you know what, brother? I don't know if it dawned on you, but there's something that you got to pay attention within that message. You see, there's two different, there's a beginning and there's an end to this bullshit. That's the point. This is what I'm going to close out this video with this. The images that I've been posting in these videos of this black female down on her knees, licking the toes of white men, being their concubine with a door collar, a chain around her neck, on her knees, obeying her white master, that's how it starts. That's the starting image. That's to get your foot in the door. The ending result is this black female being on top of your white ass with her foot on your back while you down on your knees. The tables have been turned upside down all of a sudden. Well, how the fuck that happened? Y'all don't know. But standing on top of you with dildos and strap-ons. I'm going to hit you with one last gem before I close this video out. Y'all can bear with me now. Because what you don't get here, I'm going to put in that illustrious classic video that I'm going to upload on my secondary channel. But I know some white men. As a matter of fact, the guy at the car dealership that I got my car from, white man, has kids or a child with a black female. Another guy I know, white guy, has a child with a black woman. Like I said, the starting image is that black woman on her knees willing to obey you. She's trying to open and wedge that gap so she can get in. The ending result is that black female standing on top of you with strap-ons and dildos with her foot on your back. Why do I say that? I said it to say this. Both of these white guys that I know are going through it with black females. These black women don't let them see their children. One of them spent over $10,000 alone on child support. I'm going to try to actually get an interview with one of them if I can. I'm going to see if I can try to get him to, I don't think I'm going to get him on camera, but if I can get a sit-down interview, I'll have the camera facing me and I'll just have him talking and I'll just get him to explain his situation. But now it's to the point where him himself does everything he can for his son, but she has now turned his own son against him to the point where he doesn't like her. This is what happens. So I want you white men to pay attention to that. The starting image is you dominating this black female. The ending result of that is her being on top of you with strap-ons and dildos after she conquered you. Now, in many cases, maybe she didn't physically conquered you and entered your manhole and played a little Enter the Dragon. I don't know. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe it doesn't. But she conquered you one way or another. Because you find yourself in a situation where you are now powerless against her fuckery. Once again, I told y'all, this black woman is responsible for a lot of the destruction that you see within her own community. What makes you think she's going to go to yours and shit's going to be better? Shit's going to be greener on that side of the fence. Just like white men will tell black men. Now, I'm going to have this classic video up. It's going to be sometime either later on this week or sometime mid to late next week. I'm a busy man, so I got to see what I can fit in my schedule. But I'm going to have that posted on that secondary channel. Once I get it posted, I'm going to leave the link in the box. Now, I'm going to warn you, white men. Y'all can think that I'm jealous of you. You can think people like me, oh, you just can't get women. Dude, stop it. See, I don't go through that bullshit. Those are not my problems. I got 99 problems, but like Jay-Z says, a bitch ain't one. Y'all can go ahead and deal with them if you want to. But you're going to do it at your own expense. And like I said, next week, we'll have that classic collaboration up with David Carroll, and we will furthermore dissect into this in thorough detail if y'all did not understand what I said in this video. Because just like I tell the Negroes, but in this case, I'm going to tell you white men, I can lead you white guys to the shine, but I will not glaze it for you. Now, once again, you can deal with these black females if you want to, but once again, you're going to do it at your own expense and at your own risk.
Fix this focus a little bit. This light is not the best, but it's gonna have to do. By the way, if you're wondering, I just stripped my couch because I'm washing the covers. The kids are away this weekend. I do this every single second weekend. When the kids are here, people ask me all the time, how do you keep your couch spotless with the kids? But I've mentioned this before, but this IKEA couch, actually the covers come off and you can throw them in the wash. So they're in the wash currently, and that is why they kind of looking like that. So you probably haven't even noticed, but I thought I would just explain that before I start. I don't know why I felt the need to explain that. I think I'm just a little nervous because, you know, I don't really put myself out there like this very often. So yeah, it's kind of a big step for me. I really wanted to come and talk to you guys and have like a genuine one-on-one kind of girl talk with you guys about something that's, you know, happened to me in the last week. And I thought that it could be a real testament to you guys who are kind of in a similar situation and you're kind of feeling like a little bit lost, or you don't really know the purpose of your life or where it's headed or whatever. But this is something that happened to me. I've got a fly in my house and it's super annoying. But anyway, let me stop getting distracted. This is something that happened to me in the last week. It was a huge moment for me and I thought I would just share it with you guys. How are we? I hope you guys are all doing well. I know that it's such a hard time for everybody right now. Originally, I wasn't going to upload a video this week because I just felt like, you know, it just wasn't the right time. And with everything going on right now, I didn't want to be insensitive and just give you guys like random content that wasn't really related. But I really felt like this was put on my heart to share. And I think the message is great. And I think that we could all just use a little bit of encouragement right now. Wherever in the world we are. So here I am. So it's just the craziest thing. Okay, so where do I start? So maybe about like, I don't remember the exact time that I had this vision, but it was definitely before I started dating my ex. So I had this vision of me in a room. I was by myself. It was dark and I was staring outside, or maybe I was just sitting there, I'm not sure, but I was like next to a window and the window had blinds on it that had the vertical blinds. So not like the plantain shutters, like the really nice white ones. It was like those plasticky, you know, vertical blinds like from like back in the day. So the moonlight was coming through the window. I was sitting there, I was by myself, and you could see the lines across my face. And they were like kind of, and the shadows were like on the wall behind me. So I had this vision. Didn't really think much of it, but it was very strong in my mind. It was almost like a deja vu, like I'd been there before, but I had no idea what it meant. I'm not sure if it was a dream or if it was just like a daydream or something, but whatever it was a strong vision that was like stuck in my memory and it would come back every now and again. So let's fast forward to about 3 years into my marriage. I was pregnant with Ava at the time, and I was sitting on the couch. I think I was at my sister's place. I was sitting on the couch and the vision came back to me, like, you know, when you just remember something and you're like, why am I remembering this? So the vision of me sitting there by myself with the, you know, the lines on my face and in a dark room, it was just the strongest vision. And I looked at my sister and I was like, dude, I keep having this vision, because at this point, it probably was like 2 or 3 times that it had come up. And I had no clue what it meant. I looked at my sister and I said, dude, I keep having this vision. And I explained it to her. And we were both just like, you know, that's kind of random, whatever. We didn't think anything of it. Let's say over like a 7-year span, I've had this kind of image come in my mind like 3 or 4 times. I had zero understanding of it. It made no sense. I'm like, I'm in a marriage, like I'm about to have a child, like there's no way that I'm going to be by myself. Like, why does this vision keep coming up? Fast forward 7 years to where I'm at right now. It's funny though, because I didn't even think about this when I moved into this house. It never even crossed my mind, but I was laying in bed the other night. It was about 1 a.m. I had my daughters in the bed with me because they still co-sleep with me. So Zoe was cuddled up on me, and it was just one of those sleepless nights. I just couldn't sleep. And usually, because it's funny because I have the blinds in my room, and usually I will close the blinds completely when I go to sleep, but I think that night I was just really tired. I didn't close them. So they were kind of like a little bit open. And I'd never done that before. I saw the moonlight, like I just looked onto the wall and I saw the lines on the wall. As I looked at my daughters, I saw the lines on them. I saw the lines on my face. It just kind of reflected, as you know, moonlight would do. It reflected the shadows onto the wall. And it wasn't until then that I realized this is the image that I kept seeing for years, for 7 years. This is the image that I kept seeing of me being by myself in a room alone. It was dark and the blinds. And it was almost like a full circle moment because I was like, this is what God was trying to show me. And I get really emotional when I talk about it because it's like just the craziest thing. In Australia where we live, there's literally roller blinds on every window. It's very common, especially in a rental. If you go into a rental, they usually would have roller blinds unless it's like an old house. But this is a brand new house. We're the first people to live in this house. So it was very odd that they put those vertical blinds into my room. Very old school. They're not easy to use. They're really a hassle to put up and down. It's like nobody would, in their right mind, would choose to have those blinds over just like a regular roller blind. And if you've seen my house, you've seen that it's very modern. Every single window in this house has roller blinds except for that one master bedroom. I just get emotional thinking about it. Like, oh my gosh. To me personally, that was that was a very strong, clear image from God telling me that this is where you're meant to be. This is where I wanted you. This is where you're meant to be at right now. This is the plan that I had for you. I wrote up this plan years prior. We make plans in our lives. We think that that's the path that we're meant to take, but God has a completely different vision for you. And sometimes he'll show you that vision, and at the time it won't make sense to you. It'll be completely opposite of your situation, and it won't make sense to you, and you'll question, like, God, why are you showing me this? But in the end, it'll all make sense. And it was just one of those moments where I sat there in the middle of the night as I looked at my 2 kids and I said, this all makes perfect sense. This is where I was meant to be. I also interpreted it as like God telling me that, you know, he's got me, you know, which was so comforting. Like, he's got me. This was all part of the plan. And I think that I really needed that at the time because, you know, I was, as you guys know, I took a long break from YouTube and I was kind of feeling down, and I was like, God, like, why am I in this position? Like, I know my heart is too good to have gone through what I went through, you know? It's kind of overcome by, like, negativity, I'm not going to lie, because I just didn't understand, like, why things were happening the way that they were happening. And as somebody who really strongly values, like, family and, you know, I had such a strong vision for my family, and God showed me that he had another plan for me, and he'd shown me all along. But it didn't make sense to me until I was, like, actually in it and in the position where I could reflect, that I understood exactly what it meant. So this video is going to be like my Mother's Day video, kind of showing what I did on Mother's Day. And I'm not going to lie, Mother's Day was a very hard day for me, and I knew that putting out this video, I think that I was going to get a lot of people kind of coming, not at me, but like saying, you know, maybe you should go back, or maybe you should try and fix things with your ex, and, you know, look at the bigger picture. Like, because I get those comments a lot, where people don't trust that the decision that I've made for myself and for my children was in our best interest. I guess I just wanted to say that before you leave a comment telling a woman to go back to a situation that you know absolutely nothing about, ask yourself, do I know enough about this situation to encourage that woman to go back to where she was? Do I know the facts? Do I know enough of her story to encourage her to go back to where she was? Because sometimes things look absolutely beautiful to the outside world, but inside it's rotten. I'm an overthinker by nature. If I am about to leave a situation, trust and believe that I've thought of every reason not to leave that situation. As a woman who is 30 years old, and as a mother to two beautiful little girls whose happiness and well-being means absolutely everything to me, I will die over that. If you think that for a split second I did not think of the repercussions of divorce on these kids, you're absolutely wrong. I've thought about that every day. I thought about that for a very, very long time. But I also thought about the effects of
You could spend your time looking for the perfect side hustle, or you could go to Printful.com. Printful empowers you to sell custom products online with no risk or upfront investments, and from the comfort of your living room. All you have to do is create your free account, customize products with our easy-to-use design tools, and start selling. We'll take care of all the production, packing, and shipping for you while you sit back and watch the profits roll in. Kickstart your next side hustle for free with Printful. Sign up at Printful.com.
Design team, come and get your award.
The situation where I'm at now, and even though I am single, even though I'm by myself, I've never been happier. I've never felt more at peace. I've never felt more joyful. I've never felt more secure or heard, or, you know, all of these things. And that's not to paint a negative picture on my ex at all, because I don't want to come on here and feel like I'm giving you a reason to attack somebody, because at the end of the day, you don't know the facts. You don't know what happened. But all you know is that I feel happier, and I think that should be enough. You know, as women, I think that should be enough of a reason to leave a situation where you don't feel happy. And if anything, I think that choosing yourself and choosing your happiness is something that should be praised more among women. Whether that's leaving that job that you don't feel respected at, whether it's leaving that friendship that you feel disrespected in, or anything, any aspect of life. You know, leaving situations that you feel just aren't right for you. I think that they should be praised more, and there should be less judgment on them. Yeah, all of that to say, once you see these clips of like me at the house and I don't want anybody to be like, you need to go back there, because I've had a strong vision from God telling me personally that this is where I'm meant to be. And I stand by that 110%. It is not selfish to choose you. You know, it's not selfish at all to choose you. And it's not selfish to choose your happiness. Because in the long run, it'll definitely be worth it. I don't know what the future holds for me. And even though I'm meant to be single in this period right now, I'm not sure how long it's going to last. Could last 3 months. Could last 6 years. Who knows? But I have a comfort in knowing that this is exactly where I'm meant to be. And I'm completely okay with that. Anyway, yeah, I hope that if you heard this message, it resonates with you. And I just want to encourage you to just choose you. Choose yourself. Put yourself first. And it's never selfish to choose your happiness. Ever. And don't let anyone tell you that you're making the wrong decision. If you know what's best for you, that's all you really need. But anyway, I've rambled about this long enough. I'm going to go ahead and, fast forward to the Mother's Day footage. It was a little old, but, it was good footage anyway, so I'm going to put it in here. Alright, so hey guys, so it's about the end of the day. I just drove down to Paula's place. I'm outside right now. I'm just gonna head in real quick and just give her these flowers and the chocolate and stuff. But yeah, I just wanted to wrap up the video. I know that it wasn't really a long one. There wasn't too much happening in today's video. Well, obviously I spent the time with the girls, but I didn't really vlog much of that. I just wanted to see them and spend some time together, so it was nice. It's going to be a bunch of people like asking what's going on with me and Jaimie, like what's the situation like. Honestly, like it's been a long road, but I think at this point, like, we're both just really dedicated to, you know, co-parenting and, you know, making sure that the girls feel the love from both of us. So, you know, it's you know, it hasn't been easy, but I think that we're finally kind of getting the hang of this co-parenting thing, which is good. It's just so weird though being in that house. Like, I don't know, I can never really get used to being in that house without it being my house, you know what I mean? Like, it's so weird being in a home that you designed and then having to... Oh, my sister. It's weird being in a home that you designed and then having to, you know, ask permission to use the toilet, or, you know, is it okay if I make myself a cup of tea? Like, it's so weird to, like, ask those questions. It's a bit of an emotional one today, but we got there in the end. I feel like just getting dressed and putting on makeup, doing my hair, wearing an outfit for once kind of made me feel, like, a lot better. And I was just like, you know what? He was a badass bitch, okay? Basically. I'm going to go and give Paula these flowers. I'm sure she will be really excited to get some. I'm going to catch y'all in the next video. Bye.
Out of the house, Nikki. Please leave. Please leave. Please leave the house, Nikki. Please leave the house.
Look at you.
Please leave. Please leave the house. This is violence. You've got the kids in your hands. Leave the house right now.
This is exactly what he wanted.
Leave the house right now.
This is exactly what he wanted.
Leave the house.
And look, he's getting video
Leave the
evidence.
house.
He's been planning this.
Leave the house. Leave the house.
From day one.
Leave the house. Leave the house. The children don't deserve to see this.
I think you need to take Okay, yeah. Alright.
Leave the house.
You guys will never see my kids again. You guys will never see my kids again. Ever.
That will not happen. Leave the house.
Look at you guys.
Leave the house.
Look at you guys.
Leave the house. Leave the house. Leave the house, Nikki. Leave the house.
This is exactly what you wanted, Jaimie.
Leave the house.
This is exactly what you wanted. You're actually...
Leave the house.
Exactly what you wanted.
And this is what I've been putting up with for years. Violence. All of this. And the kids have to see it. That's the sad thing. And never taking responsibility for any of her actions. Caught out trying to cheat on me, and then she acts like this. Instead of saying sorry, instead of trying to make it right. I'm sorry, Mom. You okay?
No, I'm not. Okay.
Where's your phone? I'm actually calling the police. I want to say before I get into this video that this video isn't a family-friendly video, and if you're watching with your kids, please turn this video off. This video isn't a video for young eyes. If you are a kid and you're watching this video, please turn this video off, because I understand over the years you guys have trusted me to provide family-friendly content, and this isn't a video that's for the whole family, because today's video is going to be pretty full-on. I'm going to be talking about some of the things that I've gone through over the past 4 years, and then things that I went through during my marriage as well. I'm going to talk about why I eventually left Nikki. I'm going to talk about the unfaithfulness. I'm going to talk about family violence. I'm going to talk about some things that I've never wanted to talk about. You're probably asking, why would I talk about this 4 years later? Well, in the beginning, as I said, I never wanted to talk about it because I hoped that things would get better. But then as I went through my long divorce, I didn't want to talk about it while the divorce was still going because I was scared that I may lose even more from talking about it. So I never wanted to take that chance. I need to talk about it as well because I need to explain why I'm no longer able to provide for the girls the same way that I have been providing for so long. And why when I come back to YouTube, the type of content that I have to make will be so different. And I feel like I can't just throw that at you guys as my audience without some kind of explanation. And ultimately, I just feel like I need to talk about what I've been going through for the sake of my mental health, because keeping this all bottled up for so long, it's been destroying me. It's been hard. If you're somebody who's watching this video and you empathize with me and what I've gone through, if you genuinely care about me, I'm asking you not to go and harass Nikki. The best thing that you can do, if anything, is just support me as I go ahead and support the girls.
I'm not dropping no damn kids at no police station.
You have to. You have to. You actually have to.
This proves you don't care about these kids.
No, it proves I do, because I'm protecting their safety. I'm the one protecting their safety.
The thought of a police last time. Did you not hear her last time?
I'm protecting the children from their safety. You've been violent. You've hit me in front of them. You've abused me in front of them.
That does not make them violent people. Let me remind you right now who you are. You are not shit. You ain't never been shit from day one. You will never be shit, you motherfucker. Try me. Fucking keep trying me.
I'm not trying you. I'm trying to be fair, and I'm trying to protect my safety and the kids' safety.
I will expose your ass. I swear to God I will. Keep fucking trying me, Jaimie. I swear to God. No. I've had enough of this motherfucking shit. At the police station.
I think the only person who can be exposed is you. You're the cheater. You're the violent person. But I'm not doing that because I don't want my kids to have to see the real you on the internet. Where have I been? Why did I just vanish from YouTube? It's been months since I posted a video, and I feel like I can't come back to YouTube without being just open about what my life's been like for the last 4 years and why I just gave up. And there's so much to unpack. I don't know how to put it all into a video. And then I can't talk about all of it because, I've been through the court system for a long time and I'm not able to talk about any of that stuff. My divorce only just finalized in March. Over the years, I've had to spend about $160,000 just on legal fees. And coming up with that money over the years has been incredibly hard. There's been moments where I just didn't know how I was gonna get that sort of money. I've been quietly struggling for a really, really long time, and I've just been in fear. I've been living in fear. I've been living in survival mode, pretty much on autopilot for a really long time, just trying to maintain my place as a father in Ava and Zoe's lives. Years ago, when I found out that I was going to have to go through stuff to remain in their life, I made a solid decision that I would do anything and everything that I had to do to remain a present father in their life, to remain, to have a meaningful relationship with them. I told myself, if I have to go broke, if I have to give up absolutely everything, I'll do that, because the most important thing to me in life is being a father
to Ava and Zoe, and I've been through hell and back to remain a father. The only way I can describe the feeling of when I found out that I was going to have to go through so much to remain a father is it felt like I got hit with a tidal wave. And I felt like Jaimie, the individual, got washed away in one direction, and it was as if he was never seen again. And Jaimie, the father, got washed in another direction, and he survived. And that's kind of all I've been ever since. All I've really been able to have the strength to be is to be a father. It's like I've forgotten a lot of things that used to make me happy, that I used to be interested in. Even, I guess, like, one of the best ways to explain it is I used to be a music nerd. I've always been really into music, and a lot of the time I struggle to enter conversations about music and artists that I used to be really into and music history and stuff like that. It's like I've forgotten so much about things that I used to really care about. It's like that part of me was just washed away. And, you know, over the years, it's just like everything's about being a dad. People are always like, what else are you into outside of being a dad? We only see you being a dad. Being a dad it's my everything. It's my existence. It's what I've just poured my whole life into because it's something that's just been so incredibly important to me. And my life has just been made to be incredibly difficult over the years. When I first left Nikki, I truly hoped that we would be able to co-parent. I hoped that she would stay in the house that we lived in because it was her dream house. It was a house that I never wanted to get. It was in an area that I loved, but I didn't want that house, and I really didn't want to renovate that house. I knew it was a bad idea. I knew how controlling Nikki was and how she got, and I knew with a newborn baby and how overworked I was, it was a bad idea, but she insisted. We made an agreement that we wouldn't do the renovation ourselves and that we would budget and pay somebody else to do it all. And then after we bought the house, she just went back on that agreement, and it caused a lot of drama. And we went over that budget that we'd agreed on. It was just... that whole experience was a nightmare. It never felt like a home. It just felt like her thing. And I wasn't really allowed a say in any of it. And so I just assumed that she would keep that house and I would get a place close by, and we would try and co-parent for the sake of the girls that we both loved and both still do love. But she left. She didn't want the house. I got stuck with it. I got stuck with paying the mortgage myself. The renovation still was unfinished, and she actually tried to make me pay for most of the renovation that needed to be done as well. I got stuck with the body corporate fees, with the rates, and she moved an hour and a half away in good traffic. In peak hour traffic, it was about 2, and then you can see your kids every second weekend, and then every second Wednesday from 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. And I feel like I can talk about this because I don't watch her videos, but people tell me when she makes videos and talks about certain things, and I had been told that she had made a video way back when where she had said that the girls lived with her, and that was the arrangement. So that's what the arrangement was. It wasn't one that was, like a judge didn't come up with that arrangement. She did. But in Australia, it's hard to get the right suitors. I'm being very careful in how I word this because I don't want to talk about anything that I'm not supposed to talk about. But because it's not, information is already out there, I feel like I can. So that was quite difficult. I say quite difficult. It was the hardest thing I ever went through, seeing the girls that little. And she got to the point where she would refuse to even help with the pickups or drop-offs. So I was having to do all that driving. On Wednesdays, it was particularly hard because I would hit peak hour traffic on the way there and then peak hour traffic when I was returning them. Fortunately, the girls were always so excited to get back to our house and you know, have fun that, you know, the trip there was never too long. We'd get good traffic on the way back, and then, you know, when I would drop them off, I'd be exhausted from all the fun we'd had in those few hours, and they would sleep, but it would exhaust me, and I would literally just spend my time away from them planning things to do with them, because that made me feel like I was still connected to them. It made me feel like I was still a dad somehow, like I was still in their life, like I was still present. And that was the hardest time of my life, and I wanted to be a real dad more than anything. I didn't even know where Ava went to kindergarten. Not only did I didn't get to be involved in the decision of where she went to kinder or when she went to kinder, but she was enrolled. I didn't even know where she went to kinder. I didn't know how she was doing there. I didn't even get access to, you know, there's these great kinder apps these days where parents can see photos of what their kids are up to during the week. And, you know, for the most part of her kinder, I didn't get access to that. I had to go through other means to finally find out that information and get to meet her teacher and find out how she'd been doing. And that was just, it was horrible. I remember when Zoe went to kinder, she had a Father's Day thing where the fathers were invited to come to the class and, you know, be involved and see some of their artwork and sit down and you know, paint with them, and almost cried in that class because it just felt like such an honor being able to experience that with Zoe, because I just wanted that so bad with Ava. And yeah, it's been a long journey, and once again I feel like I can mention this because I've been told Nikki has made a video where she's talked about the fact that we have joint custody. So yeah, I did eventually get joint custody. 50-50. I'm present dad, and I have been for a while. And I had to sacrifice a lot. Yeah, so like once I was finally able to sell the house, I moved down here. Nikki didn't think I ever would move here. She knew where we live would be very hard for me. I didn't know anyone down here aside from I have one good friend who lived down here, which was, you know, just a blessing that he lives down here. I don't think I would have been able to get through this transition without him. It's been incredibly difficult for work. Like, to work down here, there's not a lot going on. Where we live is very far from the city. It's essentially the country. There's not a lot going on down here, especially for creatives. When Nikki and I first broke up, I had hoped to follow some of my dreams. I wanted to start taking risks again, because at that point in time, we both had money. We were both relatively well off, and we were both relatively set up. We both could have succeeded if things, you know, if we had been amicable and decided to put the girls first, we both could have had very successful careers. I wanted to start being creative again and take some risks and start traveling again. And I still wanted to do the family YouTube, and I've worked hard building this over the years. So I wanted to do that, but also wanted to get back into filming for other people, because that's always where I was the happiest. But when I discovered that I was going to have to, you know, do everything and anything to remain, a really present father in the girls' lives. To fight for that, I made the decision that I couldn't travel. I couldn't get like a regular job because I needed to be able to be a stay-at-home dad. I needed to be able to put myself in a position where I could continue being a really, really present dad who can do all the school pickups, who can do the school drop-offs, who can, do everything at home that I needed to do. And Nikki was never going to get a regular job, and so she always had that argument of she's going to be at home. So YouTube, the family vlog, was what I decided to focus on the most, because that's what allowed me to be the most present father that I could be. It's allowed me to just spend so much time with the girls. It's been the biggest blessing in the world to be able to share all these experiences with them and experience so much of their younger years in a way that I wouldn't have been able to if I was doing another job. YouTube has been the saving grace of our family since the beginning. When Nikki and I got married, or before Nikki and I got married, we had discussed in detail what we thought a marriage would look like. And we both agreed that our marriage was going to look like us both working and being a partnership, being a team, and, setting goals and buying a house one day and working towards that. And I've always had health problems since my early teenage years, which have held me back with work over the years. I've had my struggles. But when we first got married, Nikki decided she didn't want to work. Before we got married, Nikki worked part-time in hospitality, and then she did modeling on the side. It was her passion, and it was something that I believed, and I still believe, she could have been incredibly successful in. It's something that she's always used to talk about how one day she was going to be a supermodel, and I truly believe that she was going to be. She still is a very beautiful woman. I can't take that from her. And, she went to New York and it didn't go the way that she thought it would, and that was hard for her. And then she got the opportunity to go to South Africa, and she didn't want to go. And I tried to put myself in her shoes, and I thought, if I had an opportunity to do something that had always been my dream, what would I want to do? And because I cared about her and I believed in her, I encouraged her to go and take the chance, and I built her up and told her I believed in her, because I truly did. And she went to South Africa, and, the OG subscribers who watched all of that know, it didn't really go as planned. And when she came back, she took that really hard. And I understand it wouldn't have been easy, because, she'd built herself up and it didn't go the way that she had hoped for. And I wore a lot of the blame for that, because I had encouraged her and I had built her up and made her believe that it could be something that it didn't eventuate to be. And she was struggling with depression and said she didn't want to work. She wanted to take a break from work. And initially I was supportive of that, because I wanted her to be happy. I wanted to be a good husband. Obviously, I'd never been a husband before. I'd never been in the provider role, and I just wanted to do what I could to give her the best life that she could, because she had a hard life. She'd been through a lot growing up. I was just trying to give her what I believed that she deserved, and so I started trying to do whatever I could do to make things work. I believed that eventually she would go back to work, and it wouldn't always be like this. And I was working 7 days a week. I had so many different jobs. I worked in retail part-time. I was interning as a videographer, trying to learn how to, be a videographer and start my own business. But a lot of the jobs that I was doing, I wasn't getting paid for, or I was getting paid very minimal. So that wasn't paying a lot.
Wow.
I was picking up jobs with my dad on building sites when they would come up. Just laboring. And then I was doing this YouTube thing, like the YouTube videos in the beginning that would come out, I think like once a month, or sometimes, even longer periods than that. But I was spending a lot of time researching how to make YouTube work, how to monetize it, because, we were getting a few $100s a month in the beginning, and that just seemed like free money, and I saw a potential in it. And I was working 7 days a week. I was so exhausted. I had started this channel years before Nikki and I even started dating, and I would post my music on it. I would post videos of my S2000 on it. It was just something that I did for fun. But then the proposal video went viral, and it sort of turned into something else. And Nikki loved watching vlogs. I didn't really see the point of vlogs, to be honest, in the beginning, but she was passionate about it, and I wanted her to have something, and I saw the potential in it. So I would build and build and build in the hopes that eventually she would take over, because that was the original plan, that she was going to take over. It's what she wanted to do. She wanted me to teach her how to edit and film and things like that. And it did continue to take over, but for the most part, I was doing all the work side, and I was networking behind the scenes, and I was building and just hoping that eventually she would take over or get a job of some sort. And it never changed, and I was just burning myself out. So in the first, when we first got married, I had pneumonia twice in 1 year. I was hospitalized quite badly with it at one point, and I spoke to the doctor about, everything that I was doing, how hard I was working, how overworked I was, how stressed I was, and my health conditions. And he's like, no wonder you've got pneumonia. No wonder your immune system is just so broken down. You're getting sick all the time. This is too much for you to handle. And she acknowledged that I needed to slow down, but just...
What do you have to do?
Acted like I was overreacting about how much I needed help. And I was just always stressed. So I felt like I had to make YouTube work. I had to do something to make it work. And I was trying to build my video business at the same time as well. And it wasn't really making money, but it was growing. And I was so happy doing what I was doing with that. And I was so in love with Nikki that I just wanted to make our marriage work as well, even though we had all these issues around work and around her attitude that as a husband, I was just supposed to provide for her, and she wanted to just take care of the house. I wanted us to share the household duties. I wanted us to share the work. It wasn't like I was saying get a full-time job. She never really wanted to. And when it got to the point where, we got pregnant with Ava, and, she was desperate for children, and I was desperate to make her happy. I just wanted our marriage to get better. She kept telling me if we have kids, things would get better. She would be more motivated. And when it got to the point where, got pregnant and our channel blew up even more, I just felt like I kind of had to give up on my dreams and my job of having a film company and focus full time on YouTube. And she wanted me at home, and she wanted YouTube to be the thing so long as I was doing all the work. And that's kind of how YouTube was our saving grace, because we weren't making a lot of money before YouTube became the full-time job. We were just, we were getting by. And YouTube honestly, we were blessed. We were beyond blessed with the amount of money that we made out of YouTube. But it was me doing the majority of the work with YouTube. And the reality is YouTube never would have been what it was without her. I'm not a narcissist nor delusional. People didn't watch the channel for me. He is charismatic. She's great to look at. She's funny. She's creative. She's somebody who is much more of a natural when it comes to talking to the camera than I am. I'm the type of person I like to be behind the camera much more than in front of the camera. So I've always known that people watch predominantly, you know, for her. I kind of felt like I didn't have my own identity for a long time. I was just Nikki's husband, but it was the hit that I had to take for our family to have what I thought was the best life that they could have. And, you know, over the years I did try and, you know, say, take the channel, let me go back to work. You know, I got my office and I would try and, you know, go to the office, but she would always have excuses for me to stay home. And I wasn't able to have my own thing. So YouTube, you know, it has been the saving grace of our family since, you know, our family began. Without YouTube, I don't know how we would have gotten by with me being the only one working and how bad my health was getting with, you know, the pressure of being the only one working. And now I can't do YouTube anymore. I can't go fully into detail, but essentially an agreement was made that I agreed to. It wasn't an agreement that, you know, was written up by higher ups. It was just an agreement that at a very broken point where I just wanted to just end all this drama, where I wanted to move on with my life, where I just, you know, I've been diagnosed with PTSD from all the stuff that I've been through. I have situational depression, and I signed an agreement that says I can only make one family video a week, which you know, my channel is a family channel. When you look at the analytics, we go to what your subscribers have watched recently, every video is always a family vlog. So the algorithm categorizes my channel as a family channel and pushes the videos out to people who watch, you know, predominantly family vlogs. So if I do a video that isn't a family vlog, it doesn't get put out. Like, let's say I do a car video and I title it with car sort of stuff. I put the thumbnail with car sort of stuff. When I put that video out, it doesn't get pushed out to people who like car videos. It still gets pushed out to people who like family videos. So making video outside of my genre is very hard because people watch for a certain reason, which is completely understandable. It's the same thing with all my other platforms. I'm kind of categorized in that way. So there's an agreement in place where I can only make one video a week, and that goes across all my platforms. So let's say I make a 5-second reel on Instagram 1 week. It means I can't post my weekly YouTube video that week. The more my views go down, the less that I can charge for when I do sponsored videos, because sponsorships is how I've been making money over the years. I make very little money off of YouTube AdSense. These are sort of, you know, the months, sort of typical months that I've been having for a long time. So it's not enough to live off, to pay my rent off. I need to get, you know, brand deals. But brands don't pay for how many subscribers you've got. They pay for, you know, what your average view count is. So it's been very hard to maintain YouTube as something that I can do for a job, even though it's been what I've done for a job for so long. And I get more money from Instagram campaigns than I do YouTube campaigns these days. And then I also have the fear of posting videos that aren't sponsored, because the way my industry works is it's very fast-paced. A lot of the time, a company will reach out to me and say, we need someone to create content in the next couple of days. Can you do a video? And, usually they're really fun videos that me and the kids, we love to do. Me and the kids, we love making videos, especially YouTube videos. That's where we have the most fun. Because, we just get to have so much fun and do so many amazing experiences. And it's what's allowed me to be so present. So we love doing them for free. But it's like I've had situations come up where a brand will come to me and say, hey, we want to pay, we need you to make a reel, something really simple in the next couple of days for us. Of you guys having fun with a toy or something like that, which is stuff we love to do. But I have to say, sorry, I uploaded a video this week. I can't do it this week. Can I do it next week? There has been times where I'll just say, no, I'm sorry, but our campaign is this week. And so it's like if I post a video I'm not making money out of, it can make it so I can't post a video I can make money out of. And I need to pay my rent because the way I've been living for a long time is I've kind of been averaging one brand deal a month. It was like a miracle. I would go through the month thinking, how am I going to get my rent paid? How am I going to get these lawyers paid? And then a brand deal would magically come through. So,
it forces you.
It would be scary to post something that was just something really fun. That, like me and the kids, we always make videos for fun that we never post. And there's stuff that I would enjoy posting, but it's like it could sabotage my chance of paying my rent that month. I was getting by living like this, with this, one video a week type deal. And it was becoming harder and harder. And then in, March, the divorce finally finalized. And it felt like I finally, got to take a breath. And I started looking around at how much I've lost, how much I've been forced to sacrifice. And I kind of gave up. I've done a few brand deals over the past few months because I've had to pay my rent, and I know people get upset only seeing branded videos, and it makes sense. I understand people don't just want to see ads, and it's not what I want to give you guys. I want to give you guys genuine content, but as you could probably now understand, it's been hard. And I understand there's something really cringeworthy about an influencer complaining about not being able to, do a social media job. Because social media, it is an industry that has absolutely no guarantees, and it is pure privilege and blessing to be able to say that your job, the way that you earn money, is through entertaining people on social media. That's not lost on me at all. It has been a privilege and a blessing. I've been incredibly lucky. I've got to have experiences that a lot of people would kill for. And, some of them I'm paid for, some of them I'm not. But I've been incredibly lucky and blessed over the years. And there's people in way, way, way worse situations than me. And that's why I feel guilty even in complaining about this situation that I'm in now. And if my career had completely ended on its own accord, I would just take it. There's no complaint because it's a blessing. I've been doing this for 12 years. There's not many people, 11 or 12 years, there's not many people who can say that. So it's an absolute blessing and not a right. But the hard part is it wasn't of its own accord. The career didn't completely die on its own. And it was always going to go down. It's always been going down. But I still could have survived off it a bit longer while I finally got to pick myself back up again, because until the divorce finalized, I was focusing solely on getting to remain in the girls' lives as a real dad, not an every second weekend dad. And I didn't really focus on anything else. And it's only now that I can finally start thinking, what can I do with my life? How can I provide? And, you know, I'm in a lot of debt now. I'm in more debt than I have money or assets to cover. This month, I'm not doing great anymore. And I guess I've tried to keep up appearances over the years because I'm a lifestyle creator. So there's the pressure of, you know, kind of looking like you're doing all right, at least for Instagram. On Instagram, I try and keep everything polished because that's kind of what people want to see. So I've, you know, kind of had to invest in clothes and, you know, things like that. The Porsche, the only reason that I had the privilege and honor of having that for so long was, I think I can say this, it was part of an asset pool with the divorce. So it wasn't actually owned by me. It was owned by our old company, so I wasn't able to sell it. If it wasn't for the divorce going for so long, I wouldn't have maintained that car for as long as I did. But now I'm in a place where I'm trying to figure out what to do. I live very far from the city, so there isn't a lot of creative opportunities down here for someone, you know, with my skill sets. I'm decent with video, but I'm pretty rusty with traditional video because I've just been doing YouTube stuff for a long time. I'm trying to figure out what to do that I can still do the school runs with, because the girls live with me week on, week off, and I need to be able to get them to school and pick them up from school. My mum has moved down here and she helps, but she doesn't drive, and the bus system doesn't go near her house. So I have to get them to her house. So for now, the only thing that I've been able to figure out that I can do where I won't lose my place in their life as a real dad is Uber. So for the last few months, I've been an Uber driver. Some of you guys have, you know, you've gotten in my car and been like, wait, I know you. Why are you my Uber driver? And for the most part, I don't want to bum people out. And I just say I'm taking a break from YouTube. But the reality is this is how I'm trying to pay my rent. I will, I'll the week that the girls aren't here, I'll work 10, sometimes 12-hour days. This car isn't the most fuel efficient, so it's not the greatest car for Uber, but it's kind of what I've got at the moment. And yeah, I'll work through the week while they're gone, because when they come back, the original plan was to, you know, like do Uber while they're at school, and then do Uber, you know, like after school, after I drop them at my mum's house. And that's what I do a lot of the time. But because I live so far out, there's not a lot of trips down here, and I have to stay in this area. I can't drive to the city because, you know, within the time periods that I've got between school pickups and then between you know, getting them home to bed and bath and making sure they're all ready for bed. If I go to the city and back, like the amount of petrol I use, it sort of eats up the profit that you make. So I purposely stay in this area while I'm doing it. And, you know, like sometimes I'll go an hour and a half and then get a 10-minute trip, because people, you know, down here, they're just taking short trips. They're not really going far most of the time. There's a very occasional person going to the airport, which, you know, if it's on a day where I'm with the kids, I can't do those trips. Something I have to say is I'm enjoying the interaction with so many people. I felt really isolated for a long time, and I developed social anxiety, and this has been helping me get over social anxiety. I always I set a goal to find something that I like about every person who gets in my car, and most of them have been just so nice. I've really had some experiences that I've really, really enjoyed, and I'm actually starting to see a bit of my old self come through again through conversations that I'm having with people. It's actually helping my healing, but it's not earning enough to be able to provide for the girls the way I want to provide. So I've gotten to the point where I've realized I can't maintain the rent of the house that I'm in right now. And I also know that that's a privilege. It's a privilege to have. It's a pretty nice house. It's a 3-bedroom house with an office and a hot tub and, you know, a small backyard for us to run around in. So it's a blessing. It's not a it's not a right. It's a blessing to have a nice house. But the thing is, I know if I was doing YouTube consistently, or if I could do, you know, a few reels a week, I could maintain that. While I figure out what my next move is living down here. So over the last 4 years, I've just been in fear. Nikki has been trying to end my YouTube career since we broke up. In the beginning, she demanded I take down all the old videos, which I knew would really hurt the channel because of the way the algorithm works. Any YouTube coach will tell you the worst thing you can do for a channel is to take down old videos. But I didn't want the drama. I wanted us to be able to move forward. So I did it. And at the point that I did it, I finally started to gain subscribers again. I'm talking like a few hundred a month, not a lot. But before that, I was losing thousands of subscribers a month. And ever since I took down the old videos, I've been back to losing thousands of subscribers a month. So the channel has just been dying over the years, and the algorithm sees that because it's, all machines, figuring out this stuff. That's a big reason why my videos don't get pushed out. A lot of people tell me they're not only subscribed, but they've got notifications turned on, but they don't get the notifications. And then, I went through the cancel culture stuff. That was incredibly hard. When Nikki and I broke up, I made a decision that I didn't want to talk about why I left her. I didn't want the girls to find out. I wanted it to be something that, when they're growing up, old enough to understand, perhaps we would have a conversation about it. But I didn't want them to know while they were young. I wanted things to not be as messy as they have been. I've dealt with the cancel culture, the rumors. I guess I have to be quite careful in how I say this. So, coincidentally, when everyone was trying to figure out what caused our breakup, and we weren't saying what caused our breakup, Nikki was coincidentally liking a lot of pretty toxic posts, and at that point in time there was like a feed on Instagram that would, you could just go to that feed and see what a person, was interacting with. So all these people on the gossip forums and stuff were just running with whatever she was liking and coming up with rumors from it. And then at the time when Instagram changed that, where that interaction feed was gone, suddenly she coincidentally started posting all these, quotes, like narcissist quotes and all that sort of stuff, which led to a lot of hate. And I think because I wasn't doing the same thing back, people just had this assumption that I was the sole cause of our divorce, and I dealt with so much hate over the years. From what I know, the cheating rumor started from, I'm pretty sure, a burner account leaving a comment on one of Nikki's Instagram photos about how I cheated on her, and it gained a lot of traction and remained there, and people assumed that was the truth. And then there was there was a woman who made a video titled Jaimie Perkins Cheated on Nikki. And it was to the point where when you type my name in YouTube, I believe it's still like that. When you type my name in YouTube, type Jaimie Perkins, the sort of autofill at the end is cheated. So when people look me up, that's always what they see. They believe that as fact. That video that lady made got over 1 million views. I've searched for it because it got to the point where I was going to contact her and just human to human ask her to take it down, but I noticed I couldn't see it anymore. So I don't know why. Perhaps she decided to have a heart and take it down. I don't know. But then there was a lot of other people who made similar videos as well, and that was hard to cope with because the reason Nikki and I broke up was I discovered she had been unfaithful. She'd been going behind my back with her ex-boyfriend, and I'd been warned about him being an issue before I started dating Nikki again. And the first year of our marriage, I discovered that she had been secretly keeping in contact with him. And I didn't see her side of the messages. I saw the Facebook mess. Like back then, Facebook used to email you a receipt of the message, and I had logged into my Hotmail, and her Hotmail was still logged in, and I saw all these messages from him, but she had deleted them on her Facebook, so I didn't know what her responses was. But this guy he'd been saying he was in love with her, and he had told her to leave me for him, and we'd always hear about him talking to people about how he was in love with her and how he was going to get her back. And I just thought this guy was a joke. I didn't think much of it. And in that first year of marriage, when I discovered that she had been secretly talking to this guy, it nearly broke us up. It took away a lot of the trust that I had for her, and we moved past it, and I feel like I blocked it out of my memory. It was like I just buried that, and we moved forward, and I never thought I would have to worry about this guy again. And I won't go into details, but I discovered some things I never thought I would discover to do with her and him. And I left. Our marriage had been struggling for a long time. For about 3 years or so, I had been desperately just trying to do everything that I could to fix our marriage, to make her happy, to give her what she wanted. Our marriage kind of went on her timeline. I was always obsessively reading books on marriage, seeking out different marriage counselors, begging to go to counseling, and we went to 3 different counselors over 3 years in hopes that, one of them could help. Things weren't great between us, but I loved her, and I wanted things to work, and I wanted our girls to grow up in a 2-parent household. And I was willing to do anything that I could to make our marriage work. But unfaithfulness was my one thing that I couldn't look past. And when I found out, when it was all undeniable, I left. This time it was different, and I left, and I was gone for good. There was no begging her to be with me. There was no begging her to make it work. There was none of that anymore. It was just like, I'm done. Let's co-parent. Let's end this. And that made her furious. And when I first discovered all of this, I told my parents and I told one friend. She contacted pretty much every person that I was close to and told them a whole different story. I've seen some of the messages people in my life have gotten about what happened between us, the amount of effort she put into trying to get into the lives of people that meant something to me was just, I'd never experienced anything like that. And it was crazy because when we were together, we used to actually argue over the fact she didn't really put any effort into trying to be friends with the people that were important to me, or, you know, that she didn't really want my friends in our lives all that much. And then when we broke up, it was like, I have to make sure that I take whatever means anything to you from you. And I didn't really have the energy to defend myself from a lot of the stuff that went around. I mean, it got to the stage where my family overseas, my relatives overseas, were getting long emails from her, starting off with, I just felt it in my heart that I had to reach out to you and tell you what I've really had to deal with. And it wasn't just lies about me, it was lies about my parents as well. My parents who loved her like their own blood. My parents loved her so much. They did so much for her over the years. Like, my mum would come and do so much of our housework. She just loved Nikki like the daughter she never had. My dad loved Nikki like the daughter that he never had. And when we broke up, Nikki tried to turn them against me as well. Not just telling them things that she claimed had happened to her, but telling them things that I had said about them to try and break that bond. And my parents still loved her, but they weren't going to turn on their son. And when they wouldn't turn on me, she turned on them. And their life has been incredibly hard. It wasn't just me who had to move to remain in the girls' lives. My mom's 80 years old. She left Geelong. Geelong's 2.5 hours away from where we live. She left Geelong, got her own place. She's starting her life from scratch down here. It's hard for her, but it's even harder for her not seeing her grandkids, who she's always been present in their life since they were born. My dad's 75 years old, still works full-time as a builder in Geelong. He can't start over down here because he's not ready to retire yet, and he also can't afford to retire. So he works in Geelong 5 days a week. Then on a Friday night, he waits for the traffic to die down. He drives down here on a Friday night, gets to my mum's house at 10, 11 o'clock at night. And then he spends all of Saturday with my mum and sees his grandkids. And then Sunday night, he drives back to Geelong and he does this all over again. And my parents are struggling as well. My dad's exhausted. He's always exhausted, but he never complains. And he'll never admit to how hard this all is on him. And it's hard on my mum being so far away from him too. Like, they're on the phone every single day to each other. They miss one another. They want to live together, but they can't. They can't at this point in time. My dad's paying a mortgage on the house that they have in Geelong. And when it gets to the point where they sell that house, there's a lot of work that will need to be done on that house, or demolished and rebuild something on there, because it is in a decent area of Geelong. And then they're paying a rental where we are now. And as their son, I should be helping them more. And I've tried to help over the years. When I've had more money, I have helped. But now I can't even afford, like, I'm not making enough money to afford to pay my rent, given my current circumstances, unless, you know, like, brand deals suddenly come through, which sometimes they do. So that's where we're at. Like, it's hard. And, you know, my dad lost his job of 18 years. He worked for Porter Davis. Porter Davis shut down. If you're in Australia, you'd know about how Porter Davis shut down. And luckily he was able to get a job with someone he had worked with, you know, like a guy who used to work with Porter Davis, moved to another company and was able to get him a job in Geelong. But down here, a 75-year-old man who knows no one in the industry down here, realistically, I don't think he would be able to get a job here. So he just keeps keeps working in Geelong. We've all just been doing whatever we have to do to remain in the girls' lives. But it's at the point where I've realized I've given too much. I've given more than I can give, and I can't continue this way. I want to be able to give the girls the best lives that I can, but there's just constant restrictions. It's like I'm constantly having to give up more and more and more. And Nikki, she's just wanted my life to be as hard as possible. Over the years, I've had severe social anxiety because of what she did with just obsessively telling lies about me and feeling like she's just going to demolish relationships. To the point where I just became a recluse for a long time. I had hardly any friends that I spoke to. I had a few people, but I didn't trust people anymore. I didn't want to trust people anymore. I became really recluse. Like when we went into lockdown, it wasn't so hard for me because it just felt like the life I was already living. And then I decided I wanted to try and be social again. I wanted to get to know people somehow because I only knew one person down here. And I joined Dad's playgroup. And Zoe and I would go to it every Wednesday. By this point, the girls were with me every Wednesday and every Thursday. So every Wednesday, Zoe and we would go to this playgroup. On Thursdays, she would go to daycare. On Wednesdays, she was with me, at home and at our playgroup in the morning. And she would get really excited about this, and I would really get excited about interacting with other adults, because for a long time I was pretty much just, it was just everything was about the kids. I lost sense of myself, and this group was just so important to me, and I love seeing Zoe play with other kids as well. If you watch the vlogs, you would remember it as the community garden that we used to go and plant vegetables at and take care of them every week. And Nikki knew about this because Zoe was always excited to go when she would drop her off. And I would always be like, we got dad group today. It's going to be fun. And Nikki went to the daycare place. And she changed Zoe's day. She changed Zoe's daycare day to Wednesday from Thursday so that I could no longer go to this group. Zoe was with me on every Wednesday, and I remember calling the daycare, and they knew that I had equal parenting rights, and they gave me a hard time about changing the days back. Eventually, I was able to, but I tried explaining to Nikki. I was like, look, I don't have friends. You made it very hard for me. You gave me severe social anxiety to the point where I don't interact with many people because I didn't want to have to try and defend myself to people. I didn't have the energy for it. So I just stopped interacting with most people. I had, one friend down here, and I was desperately trying to make some friends, to learn how to really interact with people again. I've been in therapy for a long time. I started therapy a year before I left Nikki. My therapist was really pushing me to, you need to start trying to interact with people more regularly again. And I tried explaining to her. She didn't care. It was just the control thing. It's like she's just wanted to... I felt like she's wanted to isolate me from people over the years. And she's been trying to destroy my career. There's just been a lot of control. I could talk for hours and hours and hours about it. I don't even know what things to talk about. Even just recently, like not that long ago, the kids and we were gifted an all expenses paid trip to Disneyland, flights, accommodation, special experiences for us at Disneyland, like once in a lifetime opportunity. And it just so happened to land on a week that was my week with the girls. And I gave her 27 days notice, and she was upset about the fact that I would get to take them to Disneyland before her, and how it's every parent's dream to do that. It wasn't like it was something that I'd planned. I'd been gifted it. She was also furious that I hadn't invited her which we don't talk. We talk about things that are really important about the kids, and that's kind of it. So obviously I wasn't going to bring a person who abuses me on a trip like that. Like, that made no sense. And then eventually she used the excuse of don't want them missing a few days of school. And I was so heartbroken for the kids that I said, you can have the trip. Take the trip. Like, I don't want the kids to miss out. The whole deal was apparently that she was upset that I was going to get to take them first, so I gave it to her, and she didn't want it. She just didn't want me to have it. You know, there's been so many other... I'm just talking about the stuff recently. Like, it was my 40th birthday this year, and she's always giving me a hard time about turning 40. It's something she's always, you know, made me feel self-conscious about, that I'm old. And, you know, she had given me a hard time about that at a pickup, not even long before that. And I knew something was going to happen on my 40th where she would try and make it hard. And so I had reminded her that, you know, it was coming up. I knew she would have known because the girls would have been talking about it because they were excited they'd made some stuff for me. But I reminded her just to keep my bases covered because it landed on a week that was her week with the kids. And, you know, our agreement is if it's our birthday, one of our birthday, and the kids are at the other house, we pick them up from, you know, 3:30 and we have them until 6. And I reminded her, she got back to me the day before my birthday. I had a message from a dentist that I'd been to before. About 20 minutes before, I got a message from her saying that a dental appointment had been made for me. And I thought that was strange, and I called them up and told them that it was a mistake, that I didn't book a dentist appointment for my birthday. And they said, oh, we're sorry, something must have happened. There's a girl with the same last name as yours who has a dental appointment that day. And I thought nothing of it. And then 20 minutes after that, I get a text from Nikki letting me know that both the girls have dentist appointments on my birthday, and that I can take them there on my birthday. I didn't even let her know that I knew she had literally just booked it before sending that message, because the notification had came through, and I don't think she would have thought that I would have got that notification, because it was just like, what's the point in even bringing this stuff up? Because it's just, this is kind of how it is. This is the sort of stuff I deal with. I've dealt with violence as well. That was another hard rumor that I had to deal with years ago. I mean, it still goes around the internet. There's still people who think this of me, that I was violent. When Nikki and I broke up, I was receiving a lot of threats. She was threatening to tell lies about me on the internet, and she was doing such a great job of it with people in our life that I took that quite seriously, especially with all the, you know, stuff she was liking. She would come to me and tell me what gossip people were saying about me and, you know, rub it in my face. So I took her threat seriously, and also she had come to the house and been violent, punched me multiple times, kicked me, just being horrible. And this was in front of kids, in front of my mum, and things like this had happened throughout our marriage as well. Nikki, she was like two different people, and that was what I always struggled with. Because there was a version of her that I was just head over heels in love with. And then there was a version of her that I felt like I didn't know, and I never knew when that version was going to come out. And when that version came out, it'd stick around for like a week or so, sometimes longer, sometimes less. And that version had a very violent temper. There was anger problems. And there was a number of times, and I won't talk about all of them, I'll just talk about things that I have documented that I can 100% prove. there was a number of times where she had, hit me multiple times in front of the kids, where she would throw objects at me, objects that would hurt. She would hit me with heavy objects. I've had a lump on the back of my head from being hit with a heavy object, and that was in front of my brother. My brother saw that. Very few people knew about this. I didn't want people to know about this stuff that I was going through. My parents knew about it because they had seen it on different occasions. My brother knew about it because he had seen it once, and her sister Paula knew about it because I would go to her asking for help. Nikki had been through a lot growing up. And I don't know. I don't know if that's a result of it, but that was an excuse that I would always give. But there were points in our marriage where I was very scared of her. I was walking on eggshells, and I wasn't scared of her like I thought she could kill me, like what women experience when they experience domestic violence. But it was a feeling of humiliation. I felt so small because I never hit her back. And I thought so low of men who hit women. And I'll be honest, there was one day where I felt I wanted to hit her back, which was one of the scariest feelings I've ever felt, because I never knew that part of me existed. There was a day where she tried to throw a camera in my face. And because she had thrown heavy things at me before, I knew that it was real. And in self-defense, I wanted to hit her. And I felt my fist clench. And I just left the house. I was gone for a few days. She ended up saying she would go to marriage counseling after that. And thank God I never felt like that again. But I feel like almost just a scarier feeling was when times like that happened again. I just I didn't feel the emotion. I felt small. I felt powerless. I felt humiliated. I felt like I wasn't a real man. And so when she was coming to the house being violent and making serious threats, and there was other threats made, got to the point where I had to install security cameras all around my house. And the house that I used to live in, it had panic buttons. It was in a bougie area, and there's a security guard office down the road. But I didn't feel safe, and I went to seek a protection order against her. And that was one of the hardest things I ever did, because I felt like I was betraying her, because I constantly just made excuses for why she had the issues that she had, why she would just have this uncontrollable anger. And I felt like she couldn't help it. I felt like there was two Nikkis, and I felt like I was punishing the Nikki that I still cared about because of what the other Nikki did, which just sounds crazy when I say it like that, but that's kind of how I rationalized it. But I knew that I needed to protect myself. So I went to court to seek a protection order, and I was still protecting her at the time. I requested that the doors be closed. When I spoke to the judge, I requested that my name not be on the court, the court ledger, because I was worried, what if somebody who knows who I am is in there and this all gets out? And someone did recognize me in that courtroom, and they saw me holding family violence papers somehow. They went on the internet and they said that I was there holding family violence papers. People came up with the assumption that I must have been there defending myself because she wasn't in the courtroom. But it was the other way around. And I got forced to the point where I had to talk about it, and I still didn't want to throw her under the bus. And I worded it, and I said I've never been to court to defend myself, which was the truth, because I wasn't the defendant. But I know it was dishonest. I didn't want to throw her under the bus, but I also didn't want people thinking something of me that wasn't true. So I said that I was never there to defend myself. And my lawyer at the time was telling me to sue this girl, but realistically, I don't think she had anything to sue her for. And the amount of money that goes into defamation cases, it wasn't worth my time. So I left it. But that's one of the rumors that I've worn over the years. I've worn the cheating rumors. I've worn the abuse rumor. And when the cheating rumors really, really got worse and worse, and I really got to the point where I felt like, you know what, I need to stand up for myself, I was fighting to be in my kids' lives. And going back and forth with her on the internet would not have helped that. So I had to choose, do I care about my kids or do I care about my ego and my career and my reputation? And I'm going to choose my kids any day of the week. So I wasn't going to come out and say anything that could have affected my ability to be able to be a 50-50 dad, which is all I've ever wanted. I've always thought it was important, regardless of what my relationship with their mum is like. I've always thought it was important for them to have a mum because they love their mum, and I know that she loves them. And to this day, I would love to be able to co-parent with her. I've offered time and time again to pay for us to have family counseling sessions where we talk to someone who specializes in co-parenting. And the way things have been with her just seeking so much control over my life for so long, and the abuse that I've experienced, the control, it needs to change. And I don't know how to change it. And I've tried everything I feel that I can try. I've sought help through the legal system. I've sought help through counseling. I've sought help through God and the church. Girls are thriving in the school that they're in now. But it is private. I need to be able to keep these payments up. And I'm stressed because I know I can't continue living this way. And I just want to be able to give them the best life that I possibly can. So this is where I'm at. This is what I've been going through for so long. This is why I haven't seemed like myself, because I've been in survival mode for years. My self-esteem has just completely crumbled. I've lost sense of who I am outside of being a father. And I'm just trying to figure out how I can move past all these obstacles that have just constantly been thrown at me. And from now on, I'm going to start posting more honest content about what I'm going through. The stuff that I have been posting with the kids, the family stuff, that's real. That's us. That's the real us. But there's another side of my life, which has been the harder side, that I have been keeping private, because I've never felt like it's an honorable thing to air your family's dirty laundry. But I'm at the point where I have to explain what's going on and why you're not going to see a lot of family content anymore. And I know a lot of people, it's not what they signed up for. And I understand that, but this is where I'm at. So from now on, you're going to see, probably like some Uber content, or I'm just going to make whatever I can, because I need to figure out how to make a little bit of extra money so that I can keep going. This is where my life's at right now. And if there's anybody out there who can help us, please reach out, because our family desperately needs help. I'm not telling my story out of bitterness. I'm telling it because I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do. This is the only thing I haven't tried. Sharing what I've been going through. I know people have seen it in my eyes for a long time. I've been going through it, but I've never told you guys why it's so hard for me. I've talked about how I want to be able to go back to working a regular job. I want to get back into film, but I can't, because if I can't do these school runs, I'm not going to be in the girls' lives that much. I risk losing them. And I don't have a relationship with their mum where she's going to encourage that relationship. Important things a lot of the time I'm just left out about. I mean, I remember Ava was in hospital with a suspected concussion. I didn't hear about it until the next week when she came back to my house. This is a sort of thing that goes on, and I try and keep her in the loop about everything that's important with the kids. Over the years, when she's been nice to me, I'm always giving her the same energy back. But when she's being abusive, I curl into my shell because I don't know how to handle the level of conflict that's thrown at me. So yeah, this is where I'm at. This is why I haven't been posting videos in a long time. This is what I've been going through over the years. This is why I've never spoken up about why we broke up. I never wanted to. I never wanted to tell the story. But this is it. This is where we're at.
Just leave it for now.
Yesterday, Nikki sent me a nasty message saying that she won't be picking Ava up anymore, and if I want to take her home on these Wednesdays, then I have to bring her back as well. So basically I drive down, which is, I anticipate about 2 hours to get there, depending on traffic. Sometimes if I'm lucky, it's an hour and a half, and then it's about an hour and a half back. So that's essentially like 3.5 hours driving. So I'm normally pretty exhausted by the time I get home. And then I'm going to have to do it all over again to drop her back off. So I'll probably have about 4 hours with her at home, and I'll spend about 7 hours in the car today. But it's worth it just to hang out with her in an environment that's familiar to her. I think it's important for her to have that home environment with Dad still, and it not just become a situation of me seeing them and taking them to shopping centers, because I feel like that, I don't know, I just feel like it creates a subconscious relationship with Dad. It creates a relationship with Dad where it's just an outing type thing. Home isn't with Dad, if that makes sense, and I still want them to feel like they have a home with their father, and that's why it's very important for me to continue taking them home. So that's what I'm doing today. A little bit emotional. It's a bit hard knowing that it's not actually a birthday, but I'm just trying to make the most of it. And, I hope that things won't be like this forever. We're about 6 months, maybe 7 months into our separation. At the moment, I see things getting nastier with her rather than better. I try to be fair with everything. I try not to cause conflict. I'm constantly walking on eggshells. But still, nothing's ever good enough. She's always looking for a reason to snap and be angry. And it's just, honestly, it's really exhausting dealing with it. It sucks that the kids have to see it. Like, the only reason that I think I got to see them on Christmas Day was Christmas Day landed on my Wednesday. And even with that, I was very fair. She wanted to have them for most of the day, and I said, look, how about you have them until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I picked them up at 2, realistically have them home by 4-ish. So that's pretty much the entire Christmas Day with you, and she still wanted more. She wanted me to pick them up at dinner time, even though it wasn't her day with the kids. And had it been the other way around, she wouldn't have been as fair as I was trying to be. And it's honestly so frustrating trying to negotiate with somebody who's like that when you're just trying to create a good environment for the kids. And even like I tried to make Christmas normal. When I got there, I had presents for my nieces and Nikki's little brother, and in front of the kids, like her and her brother were like, we don't want these, we're not giving them to them. And Nikki said in front of the kids that those kids they don't even like me anymore. And, you know, had to deal with Ava asking me why can't you give why aren't you giving the presents to your cousins? And I just didn't answer it. I didn't say anything. It's just, life shouldn't be this way. Kids shouldn't have to see this sort of stuff. Why would you keep me from even knowing where Ava goes to kinder? Like, do you know how hard it was?
That's for my own safety. I don't trust you 100%. Like, let's be real.
Over the years, the only person who's ever been violent is you. Like, there's no reason for you to not trust me. Like, what have I ever done?
You have a whole lot more to lose than me, yeah? Like, I have a whole lot more to lose than you is what I'm saying.
There's
like, you don't have family, you don't have friends, like, you're kind of depressed right now, whatever. You know, you don't have your kids, like, you can act out.
You know, when I first got wind of this video that Jaimie Perkins put out, again, roughly a year ago, putting all of him and Nikki's business out there in the streets as to why he broke up with this crazy hoe. At first, I had only saw a 1 minute and 16 second snippet. I forget. I forget if it was TMZ or it was one of these social media celebrity gossip shows that put out like a 1 minute and 16 second snippet of that video that included footage of her putting her hands on him in front of his mother, his elderly 80-year-old mother, in, I think, his house, or the house that he shared with his mom and that he once shared with Nikki. And, you know, Nikki is just acting like a violent nut. And, you know, you can tell this bitch is a fucking lunatic. She's a fucking weave rat lunatic because she's holding her baby in one arm and she's punching him or knocking the camera out of his hand with another arm. With the other hand, she's putting her finger in the faces of him and his mother. And he's telling her to leave the house. She's refusing to leave the house. And in fact, she goes upstairs. And this footage was in complete contradiction to her claims on one of her videos where she claims that, you know, it's hard going back to the house that they once shared and having to ask permission to use the toilet or, you know, ask permission to make herself a cup of tea. You know, she was acting like she was just going there being all polite and all classy when she would visit, assumably to pick up their children to, you know, because they have joint custody over their children under Australian law, which I assume is similar to U.S. law when it comes to family court and divorce court. But the way she was acting was completely contradictory to her claiming that she was asking permission and being polite. You know, I mean, she was like storming the ramparts of Chapultepec, like the American-Mexican War. You know, just completely hostile, being a total bitch, being a violent animal, all while holding her baby daughter. And I'm looking at this and I'm listening to this man. And the first thing that I realize is this white man is no longer a white man to me. He's a black man. Y'all, brothers, I know some of y'all gonna get mad. But bruh, y'all, come on. Y'all gotta agree. Jaimie Perkins, my brother. My black brother with white skin. You have been officially elevated to black man status. You one of us now, bruh. Because everything that you stated in that fucking video is the living embodiment of what black men have complained about, what we've experienced, even up to the point where you said you briefly contemplated putting hands on the hoe after she kept whooping your ass and you got tired of it and you was about to knock that fucking wig off her fucking head, but you stopped yourself and left the house. Even though you said that you used to heavily criticize and frown upon other men that put their hands on women. But her evil, her vileness was so, and her violence was so deep. It was so, I don't even know the word. It was so volatile that even you briefly contemplated fighting her. And you know, if you had to put your hands on her, she would do what every other bully does. And she'd go and cry, play the victim, call the police, say you whooped her ass, say you're a violent batterer, go on social media, talk about how you put hands on her, and these other black and even white liberal hoes would join her side and, claim, believe her claims that she's a victim, like these hoes that got Sean Puffy Combs and R. Kelly fucked up. That's what she would do. But dude, listen to this dude. He's a black man. He ain't a white man no more. He's officially achieved. You know how David Carroll used to say that Bill Clinton was the first black president, not Obama. Dude, and that's because, he cheated on his wife with Monica Lewinsky, but the nation, including the black voters, they forgave him. Because he kind of referenced and he co-signed black victimology. Well, it's the same thing with this dude. This guy is sitting in his car, bruh, as I told y'all before, damn near balled up in a fetal position in the corner. Well, he showed different scenes, but this dude is traumatized. It's not just what he's saying. You can see it in his eyes. He's talking about how he's struggling to pay bills. He's damn near homeless. He can't pay the mortgage on the house. This bitch, not only is she taking the kids and he had to fight like hell to get joint custody, she's fucking with his social media activities, trying to ruin him going off independently, even though she has her own independent channel, forcing him to take the family videos down, and he gave in to it because she was raising so much hell, restricting him to only making one family video a week. And this isn't even something legal. This is something that he just gave in and agreed to. Talking about how she constantly punched him and got in his face, how she threatened him, how, she's two different Nikkis. The one is the one that he fell in love with. The other one is a total fucking thought nut. Dude, Jaimie Perkins is a black man in white skin now. This woman, this hoe has turned his life inside out. And I was glad yet sad. You want to feel sorry for the brother. You do. But at the same time, I think it's time that white men start to experience what we as black men have experienced. And in all fairness, a lot of you dumbass niggas are experiencing what white men have experienced with a lot of these white hoes that y'all deify and worship. I spoke to a black guy a couple of years ago when I was up on campus of U of I that told me he had been through divorces with 2 different white women. Okay? So I think all men think that the grass is greener on the other side, and it's really not. But this dude is traumatized. He's scared. He even said he's scared of her. For all of that hypersexualization, all that black chocolate, that dark black chocolate fetish with the long straight weave and, you know, the clothes that fit tightly to the body to make her appear to be some, you know, some super sex symbol of black beauty. For all that shit, when the fake up, the weave come off and the cameras ain't there, and she got pissed at him, she hit him because he turned on the cameras to show how she really was. Because she knows that she's presenting this image of being classy online. And she knew that he was probably going to upload it, so she tried to knock the camera out of his hand. Refusing to leave the house, where he got to threaten to call the police, had to go get a restraining order for this bitch. She playing little games when, you know, she's supposed to drop the child off at his house, making him drive 2 hours to go pick up the children for his turn of custody. Dude, Jaimie is a black man. Welcome, my brother. Welcome, my brother. Welcome to the show. Welcome to hell. I even left a comment in his video. I think it was his video. I said something to the tune of, now you see what black men go through, and you understand why an overriding majority, 70% of black women are single. See, now you understand. And what did Akwesi warn almost 10 fucking years ago? That these hoes, they'll be prissy. Even David Carroll said, if the white man, she will worship and she will deify that white dude. But if he is dumb enough to put a baby in her, to put his seed in her, and she's closet ghetto, she's closet ratchet, which a lot of these hoes are. As soon as she gives him that, as he gives her that biracial baby, he's gonna see another side to that woman that he ain't never seen before. She's basically gonna start treating him like one of her black baby daddies. She's gonna stop treating him like a husband and like a white god, and she's gonna start treating him like baby daddy. And that's what we see. That's what we see. This dude, his life has been ruined. He can't even pay his own fucking bills. At one point, he was part of a duo that was one of the most successful, not only successful interracial relationship / mixed family couple channels on YouTube, but one of the most successful duos in social media, period. What, they have like millions of subscribers? I ain't looked, but I know that she had over 1 million subs, and I think he has over 1 million subs. Not too many people can get over 1 million subs, dude, with anything. Okay? There's some celebrities that don't have millions of subs, bro. And now this dude finds himself heading for the hills, running for cover, in hiding. I mean, this dude is scrunched up in his car like, you know, like he trying to avoid being seen by her, bruh. Oh, God. Dudes are so dumb. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. I hate to say it, but listen, here's the deal. Here's the deal. We all make mistakes. Okay? The idea with making a mistake is to learn from it so you don't fuck up like that again. Now, this dude said that he had been warned of Nikki's infidelity, or he had been warned about some dude that she was sucking and fucking on that was her ex before, at earlier stages of their marriage or their relationship. I don't know if this happened before or after they were married. They had broken up, okay? And then he chose to get back together with her as if something was going to change. And what did Einstein say besides E equals MC squared? He said insanity is the definition of doing the same thing and expecting a different fucking result. He made the mistake of getting back with the hoe and believing her lies that the other guy was no longer an issue. Bruh, I'm sorry to tell you, and that's one reason why when people do certain things, I cut them completely off. I don't deal with them anymore, okay? Because I now live by a rule that when somebody shows you who they are the first time, you believe them, okay? There are places where I won't even do business at. I won't even go to get a plate of food, to even pick up fried chicken, because of the piss poor experience that I've had there or who hangs around there, okay? If somebody comes out from Jump Street showing you that they are a fucking idiot, that they are a fucking tool, that they are a user, that they are manipulative, that they are disrespectful, what the fuck makes you think that giving them a second chance is going to change them? It's like Bruce Willis's character said in 16 Blocks. The weather changes, seasons change. People don't change, Eddie. They don't change. Okay? Especially not for the better. Okay? There comes a time, unless you're talking about the early stages of development of the human mind, which is childhood, there comes a time in all of us, science has argued for years when this is, but I've been a thorough believer of this. There comes a time when the brain is permanently set, okay? Habitually, personality-wise, it becomes set, almost in stone. And very few people, even if they acknowledge their problem, very few people can find themselves deviating from that to change themselves, even if it's an improvement. Every once in a blue moon, like that guy Thomas Nash, that was the mentally ill scientist that he won a Nobel Prize for his research in economical studies, and they did a movie about him with that actor. I think he's from New Zealand. God, what is his name? Russell Crowe. Okay. He recognized past a certain point that his hallucinations from his severe schizophrenia weren't real. And these characters that he kept seeing in his mind, the secret agent that was sending him on missions for the government to, gather information about, communist intrusion into the United States, and, his imaginary roommate when he was in college, and his roommate's little niece whose mother died in a car crash. At least that's the way the movie portrayed it. He was able to muster enough intelligence to realize that those hallucinations were not real. And somehow, against all odds, and I guess that's why they made a movie about him, is because he was one of those rare human beings that was able to recognize a problem that he had with himself and to deviate from what was normal for him, abnormal for others, but what was normal for him, and alter himself to a point where he could heal. Most people, they don't have the ability to do that. Okay? So you have to understand, there's two things that you have to understand about a person that disrespects you or cheats on you, or that, you get that bad vibe off of when you first meet them, or the first couple of times that you meet them. First thing you have to understand is there is a very high probability, and by high probability, I mean 99% of the time. There's a very high probability that that person was like that well before they met you. Okay? They've been like that for a majority of their life. The other thing you have to understand is that person, whether you're talking about male, female, white, black, that person is not going to change for you. Not only is that person not going to change for you, they're not going to change how much you do for them, no matter what you say to them, no matter how much you show you care for them. Okay? You could bring them the planet, you could bring them the world, and they would want the galaxy. You could bring them the galaxy, and they want the universe. You bring them the universe, and then they want God Almighty himself. You cannot please and satisfy a fucking idiot or a mentally deranged tard. You can't. So don't try. That's why, I size people up nowadays, man. And I have people come to me, even when it comes to, like looking for jobs. I tell them, look, what's most important to you? Had a young brother send me an email about a month ago. Said he was looking for a job, being a driver, and he went to an Amazon interview. They were looking for drivers for those little blue vans. And he said when he went in there, he had bad experiences in the workplace before. And, it was mainly issues with coworkers and management and, equipment malfunction. And so he left the previous company that he had worked for because it was just stressing him out too much. He has 2 kids, a young wife, and, he needs something that he can settle into, that he can, work that he feels is stable, and, there's not a lot of drama going on. And he said he went there and he was getting bad vibes. Not because of the person that was interviewing him, but just the surrounding environment. There was some people standing next to him, talking about a vehicle that had broken down and it had needed a new spring for the seat for the last 3 weeks, and the seat wouldn't sit up, so they were having problems, driving because they didn't have no back support. And, this wasn't a person that was talking to him. This was just something he heard in the background while he was conducting this interview. He's in this Amazon facility. And from what I know, Amazon, they work with third-party contractors to deliver their customer packages. So when you see that little blue van, 9 times out of 10, that's not an Amazon van. That's a contractor that works for Amazon. And a lot of these companies, like FedEx, DHL, are doing that too. I think UPS is the only one that has their own drivers that are employed by the company. But I said, okay, brother, so you overheard somebody talking about the poor maintenance of one of these vehicles. And you said that equipment issues was one of the things that was stressing you out, on your previous job. And you want an environment, a working environment that you can be at where you feel that there's some level of stability and that you're not always stressed out because, you're receiving reasonable accommodations and the place is properly managed. So if you're overhearing this shit, okay, what do you think is going to happen when you join up with these motherfuckers? What, you think that's just going to magically go away? You think those same problems of, poorly maintenance vehicles and poor management isn't going to hit and affect you too? What you need to do is, when you're finished with the interview, stand up, shake hands with the person that interviewed you, turn around, calmly leave the facility, don't make a scene, and just never return. Even if they offer you a hiring position. You don't have to be rude, just leave. Leave and don't come back. Because the chances are they're letting you know up front by indirect proxy of you being able to overhear or see through your peripheral vision what's going on in that environment. They're letting you know what's not only happening up in that motherfucker right then and there, what has happened in the past, and what's going to happen in the future if your dumb ass is stupid enough to join up with them. And relationships are the same way, dude. Relationships are the same way. Listen, people like this Nikki THOT, and that's both, dude, that's both a stab at her name, if that's her real name, and pronouncing her real name first and last. Only the intelligent are going to be able to pick up what I meant, what I just said. But the thing about this Nikki THOT is that people like her, and I'm sure there are men like this too, but people like her, you have to understand this. Because I've had grade 8 hood rats smile in my face and be friendly and polite and use, direct English, instead of that ghetto vernacular. When people, they call themselves liking me, dude, when people want something from you, they are going to put on a personal profile of makeup, not physical makeup. Like Nikki, they're going to put on a personal psychological makeup to try to fool you. They're going to put their best face forward. They're going to smile. They're going to be kind, soft-spoken, give a light touch. They're going to, do a little prissy giggle. They're going to do anything and everything they can do at that time to try to either attract you or convince you to give them a chance. Okay? It's just like these bitches, like Nikki, that wear that fake up to mask what they really look like because they're not as confident with how they really look, the bare way that they actually look naturally coming into this world. So they wear this fake up to try to improve the way they look. But when you take them home and they have their shower cap over their head and that makeup comes off, you see that her physical looks aren't as high level as they appeared to be. I think one time, even when Tyra Banks was in her prime, somebody showed her without makeup. I mean, she wasn't ugly, but she wasn't a 10 either. She was barely above average. Okay? Understand that people are going to put their best foot forward when they want something from you. They're going to put on their best face. Okay? They're going to put on their best face. And listen, just like when the cameras and the lights turn off, that model steps off that runway. She steps from in front of the camera. That politician, for that matter, he steps away from the screen prompter. He steps off the podium. And they start taking that makeup off. Take that toupee off. Take that wig off. Take that suit off. Take that dress off. They go home. And they're barefoot and, pot belly or acne on the face, whatever. Even before they step in the shower. When you see that person at home barefoot in their pajamas or in their underwear, okay, wearing that shower cap, just like when you see them without all that fake up, knowing that that's what they really look like physically, if you are dumb enough to ignore those early warning signs, when that person is, putting on their best face, okay, if you are dumb enough to allow them to magnetize the way you feel about them and draw you in or draw you close to them, okay, you are going to learn the hard way that same concept runs when it comes to their personality. When they get done with all of that personality fakeness, when they are comfortable enough to relax around you, okay, in their mentally relaxed state, you're going to get to see everything that they were trying to hide in the initial meeting phase. This is why they say that first impressions are everything. They are. They're not, but they are. Because that first impression, even when you talk about job interviews, that first impression is not to let you know about who this person really is. It's not to let you know about what type of employee, what type of, intimate partner, what type of business partner, what type of elected official this person is going to be. That first impression is to try to see if they can use trickery to convince you to trust them to be something that they usually really are not. And then once they get comfortable, once you elect them, once you get in a relationship with them, once you're dumb enough to impregnate them, once you're stupid enough to sign that business contract, then once you click your fucking credit card, and then, we're not just talking about dating and interracial related. This can cover a broad range of things in life. Once you swipe that credit card, nigga, and you purchase that service, customer service is piss poor. I told y'all years ago, it's in the toilet bowl. Once you submit to them, then they're going to show you their true colors. Now, in some cases, and it's becoming more and more of a rarity, in some cases, you will find that rare human being or that rare organization and group of human beings that actually they practice what they preach. They are what they say they are. But make no mistake, that, my friend, is the exception, not the rule. When you see just in this country of the United States alone, the amount of domestic violence statistics, including fatal cases where there are murders and murder-suicides, how 80% of marriages end in divorce, how people are on social media like Jaimie Perkins airing their dirty laundry. When you see this shit, okay, you have to really honestly sit back, analyze, and ask yourself, what is the point of dating or trying to get in a relationship with somebody in the first fucking place? What is the point? I told you guys years of fucking ago. I told you. When you're dealing with another human being, especially on a personal level, a person that's in your private space or that you're sharing private space with, no matter how much you're sexually or physically attracted to that person, no matter how much you feel like you connect with them on an emotional or mental level, okay, no matter what, you are dealing not only with a human being that is completely different from yourself, you are dealing with the equivalent of a whole different universe from yourself, mentally and emotionally, okay, psychologically. This is a whole different world of entity that is standing next to you, that you're screwing, that you're having a child with, whatever, okay? Very rare are you going to find those couples that just click where they never argue, they never get into it, they never break up. That's Alice in Wonderland bullshit, dude. That's Cinderella. That's Cinderella in the fucking pumpkin patch, kissing the frog and turn him into a prince bullshit. Okay? That shit very rarely happens in real life. Okay? I know married couples that have been together for 40 years that give each other pure hell, or one side gives the other side hell. And they just keep putting up with it. They've adapted to the dysfunction so long that either they think it's normal or they just normalize it. They normalize the abnormal. And let me tell you something, my friend. this is from sheer experience, normalizing the abnormal like Jaimie Perkins made the mistake of doing with this Nikki bitch. Normalizing the abnormal is one of the biggest fucking mistakes you can make in your fucking life. I'm not even saying this to shame you. I'm saying this because you need to understand the gravity of what you're dealing with when you have a hoe that's willing to stick another dude's dick in her mouth, have another dude fucking her behind your back while you're married to her 4 years. Y'all have children together. Then when you confront her about it, she gets in your face, starts fronting you off like you did something bad, starts accusing you of being manipulative to the point where she's actually physically putting her hands on you. She's refused after fucking another dude, holding y'all's baby in one hand and hitting you or knocking the camera out of your hand with the next in your house, refusing to leave the house, doing everything she can to provoke you to wrap your hands around her throat, admittedly. Okay? You need to understand the gravity of what you're dealing with. And this is how it will escalate. If you ignore those early warning signs, if you let a person fool you with that first impression when they put on that personality fake up, okay? And then once you realize how this person really is early on in the game, keep in mind, I made this mistake with my ex. This is why I am the way I am now. Been single, happily single for 7 years. Every female that even tries to give a hint of some, flirtatiousness with me, I let them know. Okay? I'm happily single. I don't say I'm single. I say I'm happily single. Okay? I've had white women and I've had black women, even one Hispanic woman do this. Okay? I am happily single. If I'm in the mood every now and then and she throwing the pussy at me, maybe I'll get some. But she would really have to be trying hard. Most of these hoes ain't going to try hard. So that's cool. I'll just be single. I'll be happily single. I don't need no ball and chain. I don't need no crazy ass bitch. What did I tell y'all earlier? Okay? When I come home, I have to come home to a place of peace. And what I realized was that the only way to consistently be with one of these bitches, okay? Because if you get with one, especially a black one, but a lot of these white hoes are messed up too. If you get with one of these bitches, you're going to break up with them or they're going to break up with you at some point. There's going to be some type of sticking point. Not enough money, infidelity. If y'all not married, somebody's cheating on somebody else. She's bringing baggage from other relationships, accusing you of shit that you didn't do, bringing up old shit that's no longer an issue. There's going to be something. Some petty argument that's going to develop into something else to the point where y'all realize that y'all stop liking each other. Okay? I've heard of couples, both married and unmarried, talking about how, it got to a point where they went from, being all over each other when the relationship started to where it was like two different strangers living in the same house where they wasn't even sleeping in the same bed. One of them sleeping in another room or sleeping on the couch, going out to the guest house sleeping. When the other person come home from work, they just leave and go upstairs. Okay? Why would anybody want to live with that like that? Listen, I'm really starting to believe that this relationship thing is a human concept. It's not it's a man-made concept. It's not a natural concept. Now, yes, we know that children are intended to have two parents to raise them. But the question is, do you really have to have a relationship with the person that you're co-parenting with, like a really close relationship that you're co-parenting with to raise those children? I guess that argument can be up for grabs. I don't know. But if you don't want trouble, the thing to do is to not have children by any of these hoes. Unless or until you very closely vet them. And let me tell you something else on that note. A lot of people, especially in westernized culture, but I guess you could say this is all over the world, not just westernized culture. A lot of people are too quick to jump the gun, too quick to jump in the sack with somebody. Too quick to say, we're getting married. Too quick to say we're in an intimate relationship where, we're boyfriend and girlfriend. Okay. I thoroughly believe, and I've always said since my last relationship that if I ever deal with one of these hoes again, and that's going to be, it's the chances of me probably winning the lottery or being struck by lightning are more likely. But if I ever get to that point where I want to start dealing with these hoes again, or if a hoe, if a female meets me more than halfway, and tries to convince me that she's the one, if I ever so much as even think of risking trying to deal with one of these hoes again, okay, I'm going to let it be known up front. Listen, we ain't making this, exclusive, okay, for a long time, okay? We're going to be friends, maybe with benefits. We're going to get to know each other. Yeah, you can come over, we watch a movie, have sex, cuddle, whatever, but I'm not calling you my girlfriend, okay? We ain't talking about putting a ring on it. We ain't talking about none of that shit, and it's not because I'm a player. It's because I'm going to get to know the real you. Before, I know people can grow and develop feelings quick, but I'm going to let her know up front. Listen, okay? After the traumatic bullshit that I've experienced and other men have gone through, okay? We're going to go months, if not years, just being friends, maybe friends with benefits, before I so much as even call you my girlfriend, okay? In that time period, okay, it's no strings attached, okay? You can go and deal with whoever else you want to deal with, and I'm going to deal with who or whatever else I want to deal with. And ain't nobody going to take it personal because we are in an open relationship. And we are in an open relationship not because we're swingers, not because I'm a player, not because I believe in a polyamorous lifestyle, but because I have to know who you are on the inside and out before I even remotely consider making this official. Even so much as with calling you my intimate partner, much less putting a ring on your finger, which I can't. I don't see any scenario. The female human population would have to go through a monumental, drastic transformation, culturally, for me to even remotely consider such a thing. I know definitely if I get rich, I'm not marrying one of these hoes. That's a definite no. I'm gonna be like Derek Jeter on that one. Shit, as long as you with me, you can enjoy my resources. But at the end of the night, when the sun come up and we done doing what we do, get out. I'm not risking nothing I have on these hoes, including my sanity and my peace of mind, my freedom. Sean Puffy Combs sitting his dumb ass. He's sitting his dumb ass in prison right now, probably for the rest of his life, like R. Kelly, because he made the mistake of trusting whores that he thought he could just cut a paycheck to and fulfill his sexual fantasies, only to find out that these hoes were mentally deranged opportunists looking to capitalize off his ass. And years later, when they saw the opportunity for personal gain, they threw his ass under the bus and told nothing but a bunch of goddamn lies to have him wind up where he is today. Y'all can have these hoes, man. Jaimie, if you ever see this video, I know you had talked about how you had become antisocial, and that's the thing that really just kills me about this, because all these people, including that Shayla Toby, fucking Asian dick worshiping whore, Shayla Tobishka, even she called me an incel. People keep calling me an incel. because I choose to live a solitary lifestyle. Yet here you have this culturally cool white liberal white boy that had this what y'all call a beautiful black queen in Nikki THOT. And now this nigga is in his car balled up like a fucking fetus, talking about he's antisocial, he ain't got no friends, he don't talk to nobody no more. And he's just he has isolated himself because of the hell that this bitch has put him through. Is he an incel too? Jaimie, let me tell you something, bro. Enjoy your time off from relationships. Take this, since you're a brother now, since you have been officially elevated in my mind to black man status, since you are officially a black man in white man's skin, let me tell you something, bro. Enjoy your time off from not dealing with these hoes, number one. And number two, learn from your fucking mistakes. It looks like you have learned, okay? But brother, I can't emphasize this enough. Do not be so fucking quick to jump in the bed with another one of these hoes and get her pregnant. Do not be so quick to get back on the dating scene, because as you admitted in one of your videos yourself, the grass is not greener. It don't matter how many of these hoes you deal with, okay? Most of them have the same mindset, okay? And God forbid, dude, don't go get another fucking Insta-thought. I still to this day do not understand guys who do that stupid shit and somehow think that they're going to come out on top benefit. You're dealing with a bitch who from the jump only got with you for what she thought she could get off of you. And it looks like this Nikki bitch, was just using him. She knew that she could, beef up her channel by having a white dude that, she could grow traffic off of with all of these wannabe divestors that were going to come and support the channel because she was with a white man and they got biracial children. And it looks like she was just using him. That's why she was cheating on him behind his back, And when he separated from her and kicked her out of the house, she threw a damn temper tantrum and started putting her hands on him. Think, look before you leap, and think before you move, especially when it comes to dealing with these whores. Okay? Because most of them are not worth it. And that's just the God's honest truth. You don't have to like what I say. Okay? History and reality vilifies everything that I say, up to and including statistics and the last murder-suicide that took place in Rhode Island as of 10:31 this morning, according to gunmemorial.com. Stop being so quick to try to live your life by cultural and traditionalist standards. You do not need another human being to be happy in life. If that's what you want, fine, but understand it's in 9 times out of 10, it's going to be more drama and more sorrow than happiness. And again, I ask, and I'm going to close with this. You see this guy, and he's just fucking destroyed, man. He's just fucking destroyed. Just fucking destroyed. He admitted himself, his life has been turned belly up, upside down. His ship has capsized. Titanic has struck an iceberg and is quickly going down by the fucking bow. The stern's lifting up in the air in the Atlantic Ocean. They're shooting SOS signals, flares into the air. Come help us. Every man for himself. Get your life jackets on. Lower the lifeboats. Row your boat away from this motherfucking ship because this motherfucker is sinking. Going down, you got less than 3 hours before it hits the briny deep. Sinks underneath the waves. You look at this shit. Just everything that he talked about. And this is one man. Whether he's white or not. He could be purple. You listen to everything he said he went through with this whole dude. I'm going to be honest with you. When I glanced at their content back in the day, like 2016, 2017, I genuinely thought that she was a nice person. I didn't like the fact that she was a BedWinch with a white dude, but that was back when I gave a little bit of a fuck. But I thought genuinely that I thought she was a nice person, or, you know, at least a classy person. I don't think any of these hoes are nice. I take that back. I thought she was a classy person. Okay. But now seeing the situation, I realize this bitch is as fucked up, if not more fucked up than Cynthia G and Crystal Kerrison combined. I didn't give them that much thought, but I would have never thought that Nikki THOT, or this Nikki THOT, however you want to say it, because you can play with her name all day. I never thought that this basic looking biatch without fake up, I never thought that she could be this dysfunctional and deranged. But when you look at this and what this white boy is claiming that he went through, you have to sit down and ask yourself, what I came to the conclusion after my last relationship and seeing all the shit that other men go through on social media, you have to sit back and you have to ask yourself, because I had to ask myself this question. What am I really missing? And what do I stand to gain? Let me say that again for the thinking impaired in the back and all of y'all joining us from Idaho, Maine, Wyoming, or those other states that haven't discovered how to create fire yet. What am I missing? And what do I stand to gain by continuing to deal with these whores? Let's say she is as pretty, as the prettiest woman that whatever your version of pretty, because everybody has their idea of what an attractive person is or what they're attracted to. Let's say, they say you rate from 1 to 10 when it comes to the looks department. Let's say it's an 11. You find and you're somehow able to snag the prettiest person, the most attractive person that you can think of. Okay? You get with this person. Past their looks. And say say they have pussy as tight as a fucking vice grip and they fuck like a porn star. You ain't gonna be fucking them 24/7. Okay? Most likely they're dolled up. But let's just say they're naturally pretty. You ain't gonna be looking at them like standing there like a little Chinese boy with a blank expression on his face standing in the middle of a fucking street so a tank can roll over him like Tiananmen Square in 1989. You're not gonna be standing there looking at them in awe 24/7 while they just standing there and let you look at them. Okay? You're gonna have to do other things besides poke them and look at them. So outside of their looks, outside of sex, and most people, from what I understand, most people don't have great sex. Most people have mediocre sex. Most people don't have porn star sex. Okay? So even if you could have porn star sex, outside of that, how is this person benefiting your life? You should ask yourself that in every scenario in life, not just with looking for a so-called significant other. Because a lot of these motherfuckers, as y'all are finding out, are insignificant others. Dr. Dre found that shit out when his ex-wife took his ass through the damn cleaners financially in court, where he got to pay her close to $1 million a fucking month for some shit that she didn't help him earn. And when you look at his wife, she an ugly bitch. I just got to call it for what it is. And now he done had a whole brain aneurysm and 3 strokes behind all the stress of dealing with divorce court, trying to cut up his empire amongst this bitch. And she didn't help him. She didn't help him get none of that shit. She was just along for the fucking ride. Again, you look at any situation, buying a new car, buying a used car, dating somebody, going up to talk to somebody that you find attractive and, you want to get to know. In the club, looking for somebody for a one-night stand. Whatever, dude. Whatever. Shit. Downloading, a program to your computer. Some type of software that might have something that you need to use. Ask yourself this. What would you be missing if you didn't get this product, this person, this service? And if you do get it or get them, what the fuck do you stand to gain? And right behind that, you should ask yourself, or maybe actually now that I think about it, right before that, you should ask yourself, what are the risks involved? And does this situation or do this people or does this person actually do what they say they are going to do? Again, what would you be missing? And what do you stand to gain? When I asked myself that 7 years ago, I came to the inevitable conclusion, the undeniable conclusion that I am missing nothing and that I stand to gain not a goddamn fucking thing by dealing with any of these whores. The only question is, how long is it going to take of you motherfuckers getting raked through the coals before you realize the same thing? Talk to you later, guys.